Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did you get an email from me?
Yes, I will send it over.
I sent an email to you.
Did you? I will check right now.
Check.
No, I do have no emails.
Hey Patrick, can you play a video during my
Where's my phone?
What?
Thank you.
truthfully?
So,
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
If they're on your phone, you can just text me.
I don't have your, give me your,
586
I
819
thought you said no.
74.
You just look at meeting for us. Council meeting photos.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, maybe that's next time around. That's a good idea. I'm actually thinking of doing it that time. You guys will move around.
someone missed the notice for today.
That sounds like a way better idea.
This I didn't have power. I don't know.
Hey Patrick. Somehow I missed the notice today.
Oh.
Someone could update
You
me. That
know,
would
I
help.
should have said something today. 'Cause
I don't know how. Just did.
I've had
So-
crazy days.
Are these?
I didn't have a crazy day. I just somehow just completely
I
missed it.
think these mics are hot. So
Yeah.
do you want me to update you after the meeting?
Yeah,
I can-
that's fine.
It's not really anything.
Okay.
So, but I'll update you.
Okay.
I just don't trust these.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't saying now. Just
Okay.
more so like
Yeah.
someone could fill me in.
I will. Yeah.
How you doing, Mary? Hello. Why is this one even on?
or don't. I'll clear it up.
Call to order a regular meeting of Warren City Council Tuesday, October 10th at 7 p.m. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
President Green.
Here.
Mr. Watts.
Here.
Mr. Lafferty.
Here.
Mr. Kabazinski.
Present.
Ms. Rogancy.
Here.
Mr. Papandrea is absent. Ms. Moore is present. You have a quorum, Mr. President. Motion to excuse Mr. Papandrea.
Support Lafferty.
All in favor of excusing Mr. Papandrea?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next item.
Next item is adoption of the consent agenda. So moved with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion?
Yes, no, we're good on consent.
That's it?
Yep, we're good.
Anything else?
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogancy?
can we move item, let's see, OP to the regular agenda? That's on the consent agenda?
The extension?
Correct.
Yes, we will make that 12A.
Any others? Okay, with the exception of item P on the consent agenda, we have a motion by Moore, support by Lafferty to adopt the agenda and approve the items. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kabazinski?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 6-0. Next item?
Next item, adoption of the agenda. So moved with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion.
Yes, I'd like to add is item 13B, discussion, Ray Roxanne Canistrelli.
13C.
No, 13B. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, you're right, 13C.
Any others? As amended, Ms. Moore?
Yes,
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
clarification,
Kabazinski?
Yes.
Sorry, we're adding 4P as 12A?
we're
And,
adding
yeah,
that
we're
as
including
12A,
that.
yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 6-0. Next item?
Next item is 6A, calendar of pending matters, motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is 6B, discussion in Ray resident and neighborhood concerns.
Mr. President?
Ms. Rogancy?
There is a traffic, I'm sure everyone is aware of this. There is a traffic issue on Milton around University off of 696. Folks are speeding. A resident has called the police department a number of times and has not really gotten any resolution. There's no speed limit signs on the street. There is also no stop sign. There's one stop sign from the 696 Service Drive to 12 Mile. And so he is just asking for someone to come out and look to try and address speeding on the street, whether there be a stop sign at University or if we can get some flashing lights, something to try to remedy some of the speeding. He said they often were going 40 to 60 miles per hour on the street.
Thank you. Mr. Watts?
Yes, I got a phone call yesterday from the condos behind City Hall, 29567 Park Place. There's an abandoned car. It's a Lincoln. That's all the information I have near that address. The other complaint was the residents are not happy. The parking or the vacant lot next to the east of the parking structure behind City Hall is being used as a construction area, meetup area, and they're starting work at 5 and 6 a.m. in the morning, and residents would like something done about that. And I don't have the exact location, but it's along the roadway there somewhere. The construction equipment has run over the lawn to the condo and damaged the lawn and damaged the sprinkler system. and they're looking to get reimbursement, so somebody from the city needs to contact the condo complex.
Thank you.
And then, last item is on Columbus Street, 24603 area of, there's, a resident called, I went down there yesterday, and, trash day was Wednesday last week, and the trash cans are still out in the street. She says property maintenance is driven by, they haven't done anything. She's called numerous times. It's a regular event. Yesterday, when I was there, the trash cans next door to the resident's home was just loaded with garbage, overflowing. And the whole area, when you drive through, there's cans out everywhere. And they put that in the water bill every month, and nobody enforces it, so maybe we can
No.
get somebody to take a look at
There's
it.
no enforcement. Mr.
That's it.
Kaczynski.
Mr. President, I have just one item. I've already talked to Mr. Watts about this, but it's 24244 Columbus. It's right by the Galaxy Market where I go get my Powerball tickets, so that's why I know about it. But it's tall grass, just the outside frontage of the yard, just unkept, and it's just inhospitable there for the neighbors. So if property maintenance or the mayor's office could address that. I did call both entities about it, and this has been like the third week in a row where nobody seems to attend to the maintenance of the property as far as the grass and the weeds are concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Any others?
Mr. President,
Ms. Moore?
thank you. I have a couple of items. Mr. Conlon has some photos. The first item, I was walking around the neighborhood and had a complaint about this property at 28849 Adler. And the gentleman I spoke to complained that this gentleman was running a collision shop, repair shop out of his home. It's on the corner. And it just so have it, I was walking down after speaking with him, and I saw a tow truck tow a car and put it right into his backyard. And apparently this resident has called the administration for a very long time, and nothing has been done. They were told at one point that there was special zoning for this person, which I find a little,
No such thing.
very disconcerting. And if someone is working on vehicles and they're next to a home, what if they're using welding material and a gas tank blows up? That is putting those homeowners there at such high risk. I imagine if their insurance company knew their residence was next to a car repair place, their premiums would go up. I'm sure Mr. Green knows about that. It's unsafe, and obviously they're not being regulated and conforming. There's probably no business license, because who would approve a business license in a residential area to do that kind of work? And I could see through the slats in the fence that there were lots of cars back there. So that needs to be taken care of. Patrick, can you show, and it probably doesn't matter, I've given enough, but.
He showed the pictures.
And there was, is he? Okay. And there was a tow truck in front of the residence. I don't know if it's that gentleman's tow truck or what. The next, so I'd like to have something done about that. The next item, if Patrick could bring up from 28702 Adler. I don't have a screen, mine's not on.
It's okay.
Okay. So at this property, looking at the driveway against the, we don't have a picture yet.
No.
I have them. Anyway, this property has an RV in the driveway against the garage, then one of those very large trucks with the big boom on it that repairs lights in parking lots or signs, and then there was a work pickup, and then in front of the house, there is another one of these very, very large, I don't know what they're called, boom trucks, or what are those called?
That's a bucket truck.
Bucket truck.
Cherry picker.
Cherry picker. So two cherry pickers a pickup truck, and an RV. And that is at 28702 Adler, and that needs to be addressed, so I'd like that sent over to zoning, police, whoever deals with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Patrick, if you could bring up the photos that I sent you. This is, again, the corner of Norbert and Ryan Road. So the picture here is from the residents' point of view. There's a house, the first house on the street, and this is the auto repair facility that's next to it. All those vehicles you see are vehicles waiting to be worked on. They commonly work on the vehicles in the street. I drove down there, I don't know, 2 summers ago, and sat there and took pictures with a guy changing the oil in the street. They park vehicles across the residents' driveways, not allowing them to get out. And when the residents talk to the business owner, they get flippant with them and tell them it's none of your business, don't worry about it. That is completely unacceptable, but you know what's even more unacceptable? This has got to be the 4th, 5th, or 6th time that either myself, Mr. Watts, have sent this to the mayor, have sent this to property maintenance, have sent this to the police. Nothing has gotten done. Zero. The residents call monthly. So you wonder why people are moving out of the city is because property maintenance, when the police are called, when the mayor is called, they're not doing the work. That's sad. So the residents deserve better. Patrick, thanks for putting those up. Excuse me, thanks for the residents for calling. Again, we'll send this over to the mayor, because the very first time that the resident called me on this, I called the mayor and asked him to take care of it. He called me back and said, well, what's their phone number? I said, I don't know what their phone number is, I'm driving. Well, I'm not calling them back till you give it to me. The residents have called the mayor, nothing gets done. That's unacceptable, especially with something like this. This business should be abated. It's not good for the residents. It's not good for the community. We have to do better. Any others?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ms. Moore.
We received phone calls this afternoon from residents very upset that live near the Gerald Barricade area, that were very upset that they got a flyer today telling them that their lives were in danger, basically. To give people a little bit of background, a couple of years ago, probably when we first took office, residents from that area came to us with concern about being able to exit that area because of the barricade that had been put in place. At that time, and subsequent to that, we had different discussions with different groups, and the police and fire department went out and did a study, and the police and fire both gave us reports stating that that barricade needed to come down for the safety of the residents in that area. Since that time, we have gone back and forth trying to have planning deal with it and other things done to accomplish this. Nothing had been done. The engineering department got involved a couple months ago, and they are doing a study. And as I understand, the engineer had the barricade removed 2 weeks ago. And one of the residents there said they hadn't even seen 5 people even use that area. The barricade's down. And this council had absolutely nothing to do with that. That was a decision by the engineer. The engineer wants to do a traffic study. Our suggestion was, if they were going to take it down, it could be on a temporary basis and do a traffic study and see what would happen. And if it caused a problem, we'd come up with another solution. I find it very disturbing that a police officer would put this flyer out in the neighborhood and scare the residents. The police department already weighed in on this, and if this police officer doesn't think that the police officers in the Warren Police Department can handle the problems, that this is going to be increased crime, then he has no faith in the police officers, and maybe that's why they have no faith in you, and they endorse me and not you. This is despicable, this election time nonsense. This council had nothing to do with taking that barricade down. It was the engineering department. And the residents have been begging. They're scared to death of what will happen. We've been trying to come up with a compromise, some way that maybe there could be a barrier that came down in an emergency or some sort of situation, and that's what the engineering department is doing at this time. We're not engineers, we're not involved in that, but absolutely, the police department, I just talked to a police officer this afternoon who did the report, who did the study, and said absolutely that was their recommendation. I talked to the fire department because they're concerned about the exit. There's about 25 ways out of the neighborhood, and I'm not saying that's the answer, and I'm not saying everything is going to be perfect. But this is absolute nonsense. This is political showmanship, and it shouldn't be done. Mr. Bozick should be ashamed of himself as a police officer. This is what gives a black eye to the department, this kind of action. And if there's a problem over there, the police department will be there to handle things. That's what they do. Nobody wants to put anyone in danger, and that's why any action will be taken over there. And you all remember was July 4th, 2 years ago, when that explosion happened over at Shaner? It was horrendous. And I was there immediately and watched traffic coming out, creating 3 lanes, and there was extra ways out of there. It was pandemonium. And I can't even imagine if that happened over where Gerald is. There are just not the exits out there. We want everybody to be safe. And that's why we went to the police department. That's why we went to the fire department. We didn't go to candidates asking what should be done. We're going to go to the experts, and they're going to tell us, and the engineering department is going to tell us. So I'm sorry for whatever was done to get everybody afraid and scared of what's going to happen. It's just absolutely despicable.
Any other resident neighbor?
Mr. President,
Mr. Watts?
I'd just like to weigh in on that, because I had 2 phone calls today, and I went and met with residents over there, and they showed me the document that was left at their doorsteps. And, you know, we were all a part of that discussion with the police and fire department about what needed to be done. I know I talked to the one resident that kind of spearheaded the thing over there. And on September the 21st, there was a fire at the apartments on Imperial and 12 Mile. And it was early in the morning. I got to witness firsthand the seniors were trapped in the back, and there was postings later on that they were stuck and they missed their doctor's appointments because they couldn't get out. They couldn't get out. They were trapped back there. The people were trying to get their kids to school. They were having to park on 12 Mile and walk their kids into the school because the street was blocked by the fire department. Now imagine that if that would have been a worse incident where that would have been shut down for a day, 2 days, whatever. I mean, you don't know. I mean, there needs to be a resolution over there, but for a candidate to go take advantage of these people, I got to tell you something. That whole neighborhood was riled up this afternoon when I was there. So it's kind of sad that somebody would do that, but then again, this administration is doing this with the stupid 7, so.
Any additional? The next item.
Next item. Next item is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of September 26, 2023. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Morse, support by Lafferty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next item.
Next item is approval of 8A, approval of the bills of the general revenue fund. So moved with discussion.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Morse, support by Lafferty. Discussion?
Yes, just to point out, the ASU transfer is for the repair of a vehicle
Thank you.
or an accident.
Ms. Moore?
Yes,
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passed 6-0. Next item.
next item is 8B, approval of the bills of the water and sewer system.
Support Rogan-C.
Need a motion first.
Support our motion.
Motion Rogency, support
you.
Watts. Discussion? Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes,
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passed 6-0. Next item.
next item is 8C, general fund revenue report for September 2023. Motion to receive and file.
Support Rogan-C.
Motion by Moore, support by Rogency. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is 8D, general fund expenditure report for September 2023. Motion to receive and file.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Morse, support by Lafferty. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next item.
Next item is audience.
Members of the audience who would like to address City Council this evening may do so under the audience portion by filling out the form at the front of the stage. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and when there's 1 minute left, I'll let you know, and when there's 3 minutes, I'll ask you to wrap up. The first speaker is Curtis Oshkosh.
Good evening, Council. I think it's on now. Curtis Oshkosh, resident of the city of Warren and also a pastor in the city. Thinking about the last 4 years and what November holds for our city, I'm kind of concerned. You know, everybody talks about moving Warren forward, but to move Warren forward, it's obvious we need some significant changes. You know, this council, in many ways, has held our city hostage for the last 4 years. Litigation after litigation after litigation. Also, people called me a liar when I brought up the fact that this council, in the current budget, they cut $4.7 million in federal ARPA funding from the Parks and Rec budget that could have helped to make significant improvements to our parks. $1 million of ARPA money was improved for one park, Elmich Park on 13 Mile, but the majority of the residents were disenfranchised by that move because we have 29 parks that got no funding in ARPA money, and we had one park that received $1 million. This council tabled and killed our downtown. If the council didn't like our downtown, why didn't the parties come with reasonable minds and a reasonable agenda and make some adjustments in the agenda, or the project rather, to make it possible so that we could still have something better for our residents? I mean, the comments were made, well, this is Warren, we don't need anything high-end. Well, Mr. Schroeder and Ms. Moore, they were at the Townsend Hotel. I've seen some photographs online from that. So they have the opportunity to go to a 5-star hotel, but we don't need one in our city. Yikes. We were promised a charter revision, major charter revisions. Nothing was done with that. Town halls were supposed to happen with that. And instead, we got Mr. Schroeder, and most of the litigation regarded the charter. Maybe if the charter was revised, as you guys promised, maybe we wouldn't need Mr. Schroeder and his $1 million worth of legal fees. Cost us big, stuck us with waiting for decisions from the courts, doing nothing with moving Warren forward, just more litigation. I think that you know, the promised fix would have probably resolved a lot of those issues. But, you know, Mr. Schroeder, he was able to get blank check after blank check after blank check every time we gave him an assignment to do.
3 minutes, if you could wrap up.
He got to do what he wants.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Michelle Nard.
Good evening, everybody. I had something that I wanted to say, but for some reason my phone won't work when I'm in here. My name is Michelle Nard. I've been a Warren resident for over 20 years. I am currently a second-term county commissioner for District 12, and I'm also running as a write-in candidate for mayor. And the reason that I chose to do that is because I don't believe that the two people that are sitting in the position to get elected is capable and prepared to do that. As I've been running for council for county commissioner for these past 3 years, I've prepared myself and I positioned myself to make relationships and partnerships that will be necessary to bring this city where it needs to be. All of the complaining that we're hearing today is good. The citizens are calling our council and they're telling them the things that they need done. And the council is working to try to get those things done. But the problem is that we have an administration and a council that won't work together. And without this camaraderie working together, we're never going to move where we need to be. So I'm not happy with what we have left. So I decided to put my hat in as a write-in. I am a vice chair of SIMCOG, which is the Southeastern Michigan Council of Governments, and I work with the Regional Review Committee, which review all the grants that come into this city that nobody has applied for, which I am ridiculed from other people because they feel like we don't want the money. But there's projects and things that we want to do and that we need to do, and we need to select people that don't have an agenda, not a political party affiliation, because this is a nonpartisan race. And so we don't need to have an opinion from the Democrats or an opinion from Republicans. We need to have the opinion of our citizens that want some movement and want some things done. We need to have people sitting up there and sitting in that mayor's office that understand what it's like to live on 8 Mile.
1 minute.
Okay? They need to understand what it's like to live on 8 Mile. No, everybody down there is not poor. Those are blue-collar, working, hard-working people. And they want to see some movement. They want to have something to do in this city. And I'm asking, and a lot of you, a few of you up here, I'm rooting for to win because I know that you're not going to be controlled and moved by a political party. And I'm praying to God that people that get elected are going to stand tall on their own and make their own decisions about what's best for this city, and they're going to ask the residents what they want, because that's what I plan to do. My name is Michelle Nard. I'm asking you to write in those 4 letters, N-A-R-D, for mayor, and you will see a change come day one. You won't see the same people. You definitely will not get the same thing. Y'all have a good night.
Gerald Hasbacher. Gerald Hasbacher.
Hi, I'm here to talk about the environment, and I would like to quote an article that was in the Warren Weekly. It says, "Mayor seeks help for poor air quality." In 2 June 30th letters, Mayor James Faust implored Governor Gretchen Whitmer and President Joe Biden to help reduce the residual pollutants from the Canadian wildfires that have been plaguing Warren and the state of Michigan. "Please send American troops to this disaster in order to prevent a real disaster from taking place in Michigan," was a quote from him. And I think it's very hypocritical that he knew what could keep these bad things from happening to our climate, and he simply did nothing about it. I can go through many of the things that Warren could have done to be a leader in Macomb County, either by him or anyone in the administration, and they would include adopting a climate action plan, adding solar panels to buildings, hiring the certified arborists, which you have money for, cutting down, stopping the cutting down of understory along the fences and other places in parks in Warren, planting more trees. We have planted, I think it was 150 a year. I was knocking doors for the last month for a candidate, and what I found was that Warren is one big heat island. You get on a street and you either have an old tree or no tree, so you pass 2 houses in the heat, nice and cool, nice beautiful trees, and then the next 6, there's nothing, and the temperature goes up 10, 15, maybe even 20 degrees. So other things that they didn't do, they didn't educate the public on the value of the environment. They didn't establish a land bank. They're not going electric. I was actually down at Wayne State today helping to lead a bike ride for the Green Street Sustainability Celebration. And while I was there, right by the Detroit Institute of Arts, a City of Detroit Bolt, Chevy Bolt, went by me, and the people I was with commented that the city is changing over to electric vehicles. Have I seen one around here with a City of Warren logo on it? Not really. So I think the upshot is that instead of being a leader in the environment these years so that Mr. Faust could say, the fires may have happened, but we did our best to keep it from happening, He can't say anything like that, nor can anyone in his administration, and that's exactly why I can't support Mr. Demas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Polisky.
I'm just here to speak about that auto repair facility that you mentioned. Been there, that property is owned by Motor City Carpet. Been multiple businesses in there. They've been in there for a few years now. Stand there, we watch them actually pouring antifreeze down the sewer. They don't care. The spots on the sidewalk that they showed up there, that's oil. There's oil spots all up and down the street. Like you say, they work on the cars out in the street. They don't care. We ask them to move so we can pull into our own driveways. They taunt us, me especially, because I'm the guy on the corner. They park in front of the fire hydrant. They park across the sidewalks. There's times when they park so far away from the curb on both sides, we can't turn into the street. We have to go down to Stevens and come around the other end of the block. And say, it's been going on for a couple of years. Today, I went to go buy a lottery ticket, and they're out there and they're just taunting me, asking. I don't feel safe there sometimes. I don't know what else to do. I've been here, you've been out there, you've looked. We have, the entire neighborhood has called the mayor. We made complaints, we've called the police. Basically, we've been told there's nothing anybody can do. Just live with it.
That's sad.
I'm here and I say, I'm just begging for help. I don't know what else we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Polisky. Keith Carlson.
Keith Carlson. I reside at 32930 Chalfont, and my next-door neighbor called and called and called to have the city of Warren remove a tree that was dropping branches and limbs, and on July 20th, a 60-mile-an-hour wind picked a third of that tree and threw it into the electrical lines and onto my house. I have pictures if you'd like to see them. It shows the size of the tree, shows what it looks like, because Fox 2 took a drone, and then the last one is just showing you that that tree was rotted. Total loss. I'm living in a hotel across from City Hall. I'm not very pleased, and I'm not going to blame anyone other than the city of Warren. I don't know who does your checking of the trees. If you have a certified arborist, he's not very good. If you hire somebody, a company to do it, then you need to fire them. But this is ridiculous. And I called Mayor Fouts, and he helped me to get Consumer Energy off their lazy butts. They're telling me 3 months, a month after I got them the information so they could retire the service. He got Paul Lazay to make a call. I am now going to have that retired on the 12th. They're claiming they'll have it done by the 18th so I can demolish the home and build a new ranch. It'll probably be one of the nicest homes in the city of Warren. My wife and I considered it a silver lining in black cloud. We're both retired. We're going to get the house we want. The insurance company is going to be the one to pay for it. They've been fantastic. Allstate is unbelievable. Check 4 days after it happened. Working on the personal property. They put us up in a hotel. We looked at other places. You can't find anything furnished. One place offered us a spot and said, we'll furnish it for an additional $800 a month. That's ridiculous. But when a citizen calls and complains and nothing gets done, we'd look up there before we'd walk underneath. My wife and I like to walk every day. Since we've been at City Hall, we walk 3 times a day because I've got plenty of time to do that. Somebody has to be responsible. Angela knows about it. I've got her number and email, and my attorney says I can't do anything. I'll tell you what, that tree landing on the house scared the living crap out of me. If it had been nighttime, neither one of us may have survived. The other thing is, you've got the greatest fire department I've ever seen. They were there, they had to wait for the DTE to shut the power down. They went in, they got it down. They came back out with some of our family pictures. I have our family, my wife's and I, and then her family and my family on separate walls. They brought just about every one of those pictures out undamaged. And then they said, is there anything else you need? And my wife looked at them and says, oh, our medicine. We told them where it was. They came out with 2 baskets of medicine. They are fantastic. As a matter of fact, I have a day center at the First Presbyterian Church on Thursdays. When we have extra food, I take it next door to them. They are a great bunch of people. I'm proud of Warren. I've lived here just about my whole life. I lived in Rochester Hills for about 10 years. Moved back here so my kids could go here, and they closed the school. What can I tell you? But,
Thank you, Mr. Charles.
Thank you.
Brian Marlar. Yes.
I live at 22396 Columbus Avenue. I'm here tonight to address 4 shootings on my street in less than a 1-block area. 2 of the shootings were directly in front of my house, with car parts flying up my driveway from one. I ran out my front door with my gun, as I'm an ex-armed guard for an armored car. You don't feel safe in your home when there's gunshots being fired right outside front. The only thing you can do is approach it, confront it, and try to stop it, because you're not safe. I ran out the front door. I seen the occupant driving away, so I was able to ID him. When you're in your home and gunshots starts, your brain goes 100 miles an hour thinking the whole time, where do I go to be safe? But there are none. So the best option at that point is to stop what is threatening you. I call 911 only for the dispatcher to argue with me what street the shots were fired on. He said the calls were coming from Knox. I tried to tell him it was in front of my house. He would not listen to me. I had to call 911 back after he hung up on me, and I asked him if he found the shooter yet. He responded, no. I told him, that's because I already called you, and I told you it was in front of my home, but you wouldn't listen to me. I started to tell him to send the police to my address. I will tell them that the house across the street was the one that the shots were being fired at. At that time, I seen the police at the corner of my street, so I just hung up the phone on 911. I ran down the street. I got the police officers myself. Took them to the house where the shots were fired. Nobody came out of that house. I thought they were dead. Enough time went by that was wasted from your 911 operator. They could have bled to death if they had been shot.
1 minute.
Pardon me?
1 minute left.
Okay. Something's got to be done about this. This is 4 shootings in less than 2 years in a 10-house area. If we could get like shot spotter technology, it would help the police determine where the shots came from, and then I wouldn't have been arguing with the 911 dispatcher where it was coming from. Something needs to be done about this crime in Warren. It's getting ridiculous around here. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Cronin.
This is regarding the 10 Mile and Mount DeCarlos rezoning. I don't know if it's worth saying much now after hearing this conversation, because what I was going to speak on is mainly about property maintenance, violation codes, and the city enforcing them. But it doesn't sound like much is being enforced, to my surprise right now, and shock. I used to get a letter in the mail for blight, if your lawn wasn't cut, and to find out all these other problems that are going on right now, and that you're saying the city can't do anything. I don't know why this auto place isn't receiving some type of city violation from the building department. There used to be the beautification department, a car drove around a city worker all summer and just turned in all the blight and all the city violations. And now you're saying you're not even enforcing them, which was exactly my comment about this. So DeCarlo sold and was bought by Mr. Jarbeau. It was going to be made a storage unit center next to our house. So many residents' properties run along the DeCarlos parking lot. It runs a good city block. My backyard runs along about half or 2/3 of the parking lot. And so we were, I would say most of the residents were fairly happy that to find out a storage unit was going to be placed there, because it could have been a lot worse from what we see is being built on Sherwood right now. Not quite sure how that's permitted. We'll have to look that up. But about a week after the Planning Commission meeting, where residents were quite happy to find out a storage unit was being built there, I went to cut the grass and found out the wall, the brick wall,
1 minute.
which was included in Mr. Jarbeau's plan, was guaranteed that there would be a wall, the 23-foot green space, and the wall has started to collapse by like 4 inches. It happened very suddenly. So my question today is, if this is approved, is the city of Warren going to enforce the original proposal made by Mr. Jarbeau that there has to be a 23-foot green space and a wall? The wall is fairly short, it's only 4 to 5 feet, and since part of it's starting to fall down, I contacted Mr. Jarbeau, and he sent somebody out, and they did put up a wire to hold the wall up because it could collapse. It's very heavy. And he doesn't care if the wall comes down, is what he said. And since that was in his original proposal to get this passed, is he going to be held responsible if that wall falls down? Will they clean it up? Will the wall be replaced? My property is about 3 feet higher, so my property would wash right into the storage unit center, so there'll be nothing blocking us from the storage unit center if that wall comes down.
If you could wrap up, please. Thank you. Doran Radu.
Good evening, Council. I'm representing the church, which is at 25220, and it's where this lady spoke about north of 10 Mile. We were just interested if we get more information about what businesses will come. We didn't know much. We got a letter, so if it's possible to get more information.
There will be a public hearing later in the meeting on this item that the public will be allowed to chime in on and give us their opinion, and then we'll also hear from the petitioner, and I'm sure we'll be asking them a lot of the questions that all of you have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologize, I can't read the writing, but the address is 25267 Peter Kautz. Atkinson? Thanks. I think I need new glasses. So for everyone who's filled out an audience sheet, this is the audience portion, you get 3 minutes. And then there will also be a public hearing for this agenda item for DeCarlos for 601 10 Mile, and you'll be able to address then as well. You can do it now, because you filled this form out. You can do it then, or you can do both. The only one is this one has a limitation of 3 minutes. So that's up to everyone there. So if you want to wait till that time and get it all in then, and then after everyone speaks and raises the concerns, we will then ask the petitioner to come up, and we'll ask them all those questions so you can hear their answers. Good? So you want to wait? Okay. And Tina Hall? Same. Andrea Kruckel? Same. Peggy Carter?
Peggy Carter, and I've been a resident of Warren for 66 years. I've retired from Van Dyke Public Schools for 35 years. My grandson plays soccer. He's played over here at these fields here, in the backfields, and all the other parks. And you guys are going to pass, or whoever's doing whatever, about letting De La Salle take over charge of this football field and take our kids, grandkids, fields away from them and make them into parking lots. That's baloney. These are Warren resident children that you guys are wanting to do, or whoever's wanting to do it, that guy. It's wrong. Totally wrong. These kids, we want them off the streets. We're trying to teach them sportsmanship and everything else, but what are we going to do? Take their parks away and make them parking lots. It's not right. Not right at all. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Jerry Bell.
Good evening, Jerry Bell. I often glance around to see if I would see Lori Stone, the mayoral candidate, who I have not seen here yet. There's questions that need to be asked. There's conversations that I'd like to have with her before I give my vote to whomever. But what I'd like to say is that I did a little research. I discovered a letter that was addressed by Lori Stone, our mayoral candidate. And basically what she likes to do if she's elected is teach our kids how to be transgender. And I think that is the wrong move, simply because our kids are already going through enough. Just like you heard the last speaker. They have issues because someone's trying to take their park. These kids aren't old enough to make those decisions. So, Ms. Stone, why would you want to teach our children about transgender or how to be a transgender? I have a daughter. I have 3 daughters and 5 boys. And I will not let you get elected to try to teach my child how to be a transgender. Seems to me that with that kind of thought that you have, you must be a pagan. You must be. But I'm not going to tolerate it.
1 minute.
I don't see any of the other candidates here other than the 3 that's over here from the Super 7. And I know you want to say something really smart, Gary Crybaby Watts, simply because you're not going to beat them. You cry every day. Every day on Facebook, you're always pointing fingers at the mayor. The mayor's always did something to you. You're not going to win like that. You and Lafferty are just like Laurel and Hardy. 2 comedians. So come November 7th, both you, Gary Watts, you, Jonathan Lafferty, we ain't gonna worry about you, Pat, because you history. Mindy Moore and Angela Rogancy, you guys are gonna be unemployed. Remember, I told you that at the second council meeting after you guys got elected, and I meant that. And I stand firm on that.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Jay Wilton.
Good evening, Council. I'm just here on behalf of a number of residents who showed up at the most recent, public hearing for the De La Salle and DDA construction plan. I just think it's interesting that a number of the Warren residents who were able to show up, and a lot of people were commenting on how there was a lot of residents that show up to that event. Typically, it doesn't happen at these public hearings, so I just hope it's noted that I don't think the people of Warren want this stadium constructed. I'm a sports fan. I played sports in the city. I went to the University of Michigan, so I value education, all that good stuff. I don't think that's what the city of Warren needs. I don't think the residents want it, and I think that cuts across a number of different groups. It's not an insult to the institution of De La Salle. They're a great school, that's all fine, but I don't think that the Warren taxpayers want to be paying for that construction of a stadium. Regardless of if it would benefit the downtown or not, the downtown development plan or not, I don't think that that is something that we want, and I don't think that's how we want our downtown developed, by giving away a free stadium to a private institution. Thank you guys very much for your time. I hope that's noted.
James Colson.
Yep, Jim Colson, 32405 Holden Drive, right over here, next to the soccer fields. I love the soccer fields. I think it's great green space, and I think it's absurd that the city would even consider doing this. I like De La Salle. I like watching their football, but I think this is something that they need to work out on their own, not take it away from our residents, our football field. I just think it's wrong. That's it.
Thank you. Peggy Carter. I recycled it. Barbara Serta.
Hello, council people. I'm here also to talk about the De La Salle memorandum of intent, and I work with numbers every day. I'm a CPA, so I put together an analysis. I went through each item in the MOI and monetized it and came up with a bottom line on how the city of Warren will be impacted by this. My printer couldn't print in color, so the handout that you have, the assumptions are actually highlighted. So there are some assumptions that I had to make. And so the purpose of my speaking here, excuse me, I live near De La Salle right now. The purpose of my coming up here to talk is that I was hoping that you could consider alternative options. You know, it's not always entirely a bad idea to have a public-private partnership, but it has to benefit both parties. So at the end of this 50-year term, which is what this MOI addressed, the deficit to the city of Warren is $6.5 million, and it's all laid out here. All of the assumptions are laid out here. And the negative part of it, in my view, is that De La Salle gets a lot of control. And, for example, they manage and oversee all the scheduling. They implement the fee schedules with our approval, but they come up with a fee schedule initially. They have naming rights, which is really, if we're incurring $6.5 million out of our pocket, we should have some naming rights. They control all concessions and all the revenues from the concessions.
1 minute.
So I'm hoping you'll really digest this. I did go to the DDA meeting to make my pitch as well. So one of the options that I'm hoping that you will convince someone at the DDA or the city is to increase De La Salle's rent so that our deficit isn't so large. 2, find another industrial or commercial property and use maybe some brownfield redevelopment financing to get that going, and as opposed to being in a residence and taking away green space and adding to the noise. Or not even take a partner on to make renovations to our non-athletic areas. I'm wondering if maybe the cost to update our area will be less than $6.5 million. If it's less than $6.5 million, it doesn't make sense at all to renovate, partner with them to renovate the area. We should,
3
go ahead.
minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
If you could
Okay.
wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Pierce.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council and Warren residents, my name's Sean Pierce, better known in Macomb County as Coach Sean or just Coach. I've literally been coaching youths in Warren for off and on for 30 years, and for the last 6 to 8 years, I literally spend more than 300 days a year on fields and in gyms in our city teaching our kids sports. Most notably, I'm with the AYSO 708 Warren Organization for Soccer. They have been teaching soccer to kids in Warren for 35 years now, and for almost 20 years, we've played with our youngest kids on that green space at Warren Community Center, where they're going to turn it into a parking lot and get rid of our fields. I was at the meeting last week where Mr. Bomarito continually and repetitively spoke down to over 100 Warren citizens who were there against this idea of spending $10 million of our taxpayer money to rebuild this place, to hand it over to a private organization and let them control it. We have fields and parks all over this city that could be improved drastically while our kids are playing on less than par fields, and our people that come to these games are using horribly conditioned bathrooms and whatnot. It is a travesty. It is insane. Mr. Bomarito started his meeting with 2 massive lies. First of all, he tried to say that this thing has only been going on for a little less than a year. We all know that's not true, correct? He also tried to tell us right in the beginning of the meeting that one of the reasons we need to do this was to move people back to Warren, because people are moving out of Warren in droves to get out of here. But later in the meeting, he condescended a Warren citizen who tried to talk about how these soccer fields are in place and these kids aren't coming as much because they're in bad shape. And he told that gentleman that, oh, that's poppycock. Warren has grown by over 5,000 people this year. Now, you just lied. You contradicted yourself all in the same speech. They marched a couple of gentlemen from the Warren Jets and from the Eastside Eagles.
1 minute.
We have no problem with people having access to their sports. We're an inclusive group. LGBTQ and all them others, they come out and play with us. They talked about their almost 200 families between the two of them. AYSO and Warren Youth Soccer support over 700 families playing soccer every season all year long. In order to get this stopped, we will not quit coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Saka.
Good evening. So about 4 weeks ago, the De La Salle football stadium proposal was snuck on the agenda by Ms. Moore. Do you recall that? And I think Mr. Lafferty and Ms. Moore, along with the council, were probably going to approve that, had it not been for the letter by Fouts suggesting, well, hold on, let's get a public hearing. So then there's a public hearing, and now everyone is against it, and everyone is there is a call to action to wear red shirts. Where was the call to action to wear red shirts 4 weeks ago? Let's improve and work together. A lot of the residents today mentioned how there's so much that needs to be done, and there's a lack of accountability, there's a lack of solutions. There's a total lack of solutions. You're pinning Warren De La Salle as an enemy. You're pinning these businesses as enemies. Well, what's the solution? I ask you, you can sense that the gears are kind of slowing down within the council. There's not as much getting done, and I think that needs to stop. My name is Adam Sauka. I'm running for City Council in District 2. Please vote November 7th. Thank you.
So clueless. Dan Bozak.
Dan Bozak, I'm a lifetime resident of the city of Warren. I'm also been a law enforcement officer for 30 years, 27 right here in the city of Warren. I was going to talk about the stadium situation, but enough people have come up and commented. But I'd like to address Ms. Moore's snarky comments when she had her opportunity to talk about the traffic barrier over at Gerald and Imperial. It's common that the number one complaint on a residential street at the police department is speeders. cars that speed up and down the street. It's the number one complaint that we received. It's been that way for the last 30 years since I've been a police officer. So yes, when I was knocking door to door in District 3, which is where I live, and the district I'm running for, that issue came up. And I asked what some of the solutions were that council gave, and they didn't have any other than that they were going to remove the barrier. So based on that, and the people that I've talked to, I wanted them to be aware that by opening up that barrier to the amount of traffic that of the cars that are going to want to disregard the traffic control device at 12 Mile and Imperial is going to greatly increase or decrease the quality of life for the people that live on Roan, Pinto, and Palomino between 12 Mile and Martin. So that's what that letter was about. I believe there is a compromise to this. I do know that the traffic engineering study where they put the no parking along Imperial is working. We did have a fire at Imperial Apartments where the fire department was able to get in there and operate successfully and safely. And I do see an issue where there would be times where people would need to use that egress through Gerald in an emergency purposes. Just like the easement going south through the school, there's a gate that can be opened, just like the easement going south for the condos on Queens Court, which can be opened and allow traffic to go out to Martin. And again, if you put a gate and not a permanent barrier or no barrier at Gerald, it could be opened during emergency times and allow traffic to exit. So there's always a compromise. There's common sense that this council seems to be lacking. And for the last 4 years, the only thing that is despicable has been the inaction of this council, especially in District 3. That's why I sent that letter out, and I talked to
Thank you.
the people that live in that neighborhood.
Margaret Huntone.
Good evening. My remarks tonight are about the De La Salle plan for the Community Center Stadium. They're a summary of comments I've recently posted on various Facebook pages. It seems evident that De La Salle has absolutely no interest in using its own stadium for its own varsity football team. At the meeting on October 4th, the men representing De La Salle only spoke about why they can't use their own field. To my mind, using our tax dollars to pay for changes to city property for the benefit of De La Salle, whose current neighbors have refused to allow the varsity football team to play in the new stadium the school recently built, is a slap in the face of Warren taxpayers, especially in light of the unsanitary and unsafe conditions in city park bathrooms that residents have complained about for years and that still have not been fixed. The proposed replacement of the current soccer fields with a parking lot is dead on arrival. All the noise that comes with nighttime varsity football games is going to be just as unwelcome to the community center neighbors as it is to the neighbors near De La Salle's current location. Much has been made about the use of the community center stadium for high school football games in the past, as though that fact cancels out the right of the current residents to oppose hosting nighttime De La Salle varsity football games. That's an absurd rationalization. All the reasons De La Salle's current neighbors do not want nighttime varsity football games or any nighttime activities at De La Salle's current location are equally valid for the residents who live near the community center. Mr. Bomarito, has notified council that the De La Salle plan is being revised in response to the concerns residents voiced at the October 4th meeting. Others may welcome a revised proposal from De La Salle and the DDA. I will not. Mr. Bomarito was inflexible in his insistence that there had to be a paying tenant for the stadium, and the revised plan will still be structured as a public-private partnership. Ms. Zong stated on October 4th at the meeting that public-private partnerships are usually not good for the public, and Mr. Bomarito's two attempts, the Town Center project and the De La Salle plan, have both required a lot of Warren tax dollars to support a private entity with questionable public value. I am strongly opposed to the DDA spending any more money or assuming any more debt until the misappropriation of funds revealed by the forensic audit has been adjudicated and resolved. We can make a difference if we vote for candidates who will listen to and respect residents, who will appoint and support department heads who will not yell at residents as Mr. Bomarito did at the October 4th meeting, or try to physically threaten them as Mr. Turcato did to Ms. Harris at that same meeting. We must vote. It's our superpower. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Harris.
Don't start the timer. Tony Baker couldn't make it due to his difficulty with mobility. Can we call him and he can get 3 minutes? No?
We don't have that ability.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead with your comments.
Okay. So, here's what I want to say. I've been coming for 6 years to the council meetings, to the planning meetings, to the zoning meetings, and seeing what's going on with the city. And I have been, it's very interesting to hear other people who haven't been at the meetings try to say negative things about what's been going on here. I think they need to rewatch the meetings before they make comments. I personally feel that this council has had every blockade from the city in terms of accomplishing things for the citizens. It starts with the mayor. It starts with not getting sworn in at City Hall because the mayor was mad when you got elected. It's gone from the very first day until today, and it'll continue until the election, I'm sure, and maybe even after. So I support you. I'm sorry you've had to deal with that. I'm sorry the citizens have to come here and say, we've been begging for help and nothing's happened. But I also want to say, of course, the De La Salle thing I think is a terrible idea for a private-public partnership. If the DDA wanted to fix that stadium, they could have done it 5 years ago with $15 million they have in their fund. And we have a very, very big fund balance in the city, too, that the mayor has refused to spend. But I want to comment on the derogatory comments about someone, an official who is supporting everyone. And the way that you take a letter they may have written in support of gender equality, and you make statements about what they stand for.
1 minute.
I find that to be terrible. That'd be like saying, pick a nationality, any nationality, and that person wanted to wipe out that person, that culture. I mean, that's how it feels. Every one of us knows someone who deals with gender issues or anything. It doesn't have to be just gender issues. But to categorize something that happened with one letter, shame on you, Mr. Bell. That is disgusting that you would do that. And I'm also going to tell really quick that Tony Baker has been trying to get the city to pay attention, that Kirk Rain, who works in the building department, has a house in the neighborhood that is listed as his primary residence, and he doesn't live there. And so he's stealing taxes that should be paid to the city because he's renting it. He owns a house in another city, which he claims as his homestead. And the mayor has been notified, and nothing's been done.
3 minutes.
So, thank you. So, let's try to get stuff taken care of. Thank you.
Joel Van der Linden.
Joel Vanderlinden, longtime Warren resident. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm agreeing with Mr. Bell on the one issue. If you look around these seats here, you have never seen Lori Stone in this council room. Never. In fact, of all the elected officials in the city of Warren, Lori Stone is the only, has missed the most meetings, the most votes, second only to Mr. Papadreas, who again is absent again. Ms. Stone has wanted the PFAS. She wanted that. She wanted to defund the police department. She's not someone that is mayoral quality. She ain't gonna be here and vote against our protection and our city employers, employment to protect us, and she needs to go. On the other hand, you have Mr. Demas. If you look in his eyes, you see the age, the tiredness, 30 years on the council, 30 years at City Hall. He's a nice gentleman, but he has no new ideas. And both those candidates don't tell you what their plans are because they have none. And Mr. Demas is probably going to keep on Mr. Fouts' FBI investigated administration. So we can't vote for George for just that reason. We can't allow those people to come back and ruin our city. So I stand before you and I ask you to write in Nard for mayor. Someone that has made a difference in the city, someone that has worked with the citizens, someone that has worked with the state legislator as well as the council and others. Ms. Nard is the only one truly qualified to be mayor for the city of Warren. My next topic is the football field. I got in trouble saying this before, but I'll say it anyways. There's an old mobile home park over beyond 8 Mile between Ryan and Warner. De La Salle is free to go buy that empty park up, tear it all apart and build their own damn football field and leave us taxpayers alone. They have easy access to 8 Mile, to 696 and the I-75. Bring the people in if that's what you're gonna do. We don't need it here on the taxpayer dime. Plus which, if we take public land and give it to a private organization and spend taxpayers' dollars on it, that's illegal and against the city charter.
3
It
minutes.
also
You can wrap
sets a
up.
terrible precedent for the future for everybody else gonna be coming up with their hands out, wanting a handout. Mr. Schroeder, it's good to see you. You are money well spent. Thank you for the millions of dollars that you have saved us. And thank you, council, for your term here. Have a blessed day.
Next item.
All right, next item, announcements. Mr. President?
Ms. Moore.
Yes, I would like to congratulate the Cousino Patriots on becoming the MAC Gold champions. Yay! My kids both went to Cousino, and I spent a lot of time there even before they were in school, because I was on the Warren Consolidated School Boards of Education, and I actually was part of the construction of their stadium. They went many, many, many years without one, and I actually was there to place one of the bricks when we were building it, which was very exciting. So congratulations, Patriots. It's really, really very, very exciting, so.
Ms. Rogensen.
Mr. President, just want to remind everyone it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I am 8 months free of breast cancer. For those who don't, thank you. For those that don't know my story, I share it so that you can make sure that your loved ones seek preventative services as often as possible. I had had a mammogram in September of 2021 and it was fine. I came back a year later, had early stage breast cancer. I do not have the genetic predisposition that would make me likely to have breast cancer, nor does anyone in my family have breast cancer. 1 in 6 women between 40 and 49 will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and 1 in 8 in their entire lifetime. Early detection is really the most important thing. I've had a mobile mammography machine here in Warren, at a church, trying to make sure that folks have access to mammograms. And so I implore you to call your loved ones, and please call me if you have any issue getting a mammogram or any preventative service, because it truly saved my life. So honoring all of those who are continuing to fight breast cancer, survivors, and all of those who are cheering on those who are currently fighting. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kaczynski.
President.
Mr. Kaczynski, go ahead.
Sure?
Yeah.
I have two. Is that good? Two
Yeah, go
announcements,
ahead.
Please, thank you. Okay. First of all, I want to acknowledge that we've been praying for the Ukrainian community, that we have a large Ukrainian community in the city of Warren, but also we have a large Jewish Israeli population also in the city of Warren. And this world has seen a great tragedy happen within this last week. And I find it rather disgusting to see that we had 6 lawmakers that participated in acknowledging that this type of behavior was okay to do to the Jewish Israeli population. I want to acknowledge 2 Israeli women in particular. Noah Aragami, 25 years old, which we've probably all seen the video that says, "Don't kill me," as she's being ridden off on a motorcycle as her boyfriend is being led off and then taken aside and shot into the head and left for dead. The other lady was Shani Loke, 30 years old, who was sexually assaulted and then raped and left for dead afterwards. This was at a rave party that was happening in Israel. There was a late night party and then happened to end early in the morning when the early dawn raid happened. And then we had 6 members of what would be called the Socialist Democrats of America, 2 of which represent in the state of Michigan here, participate in a parade on the Dearborn-Detroit border, and then also in the state of New York later on in the week. Those 2 individuals were Rashida Tlaib of District 12 and then Sri Tanadbar of District 13, as well as 6 other individuals. My announcement is that I find this deplorable. I find that they do not represent the Jewish Israeli population that we have here in Michigan, much less the United States. And I have taken action to write a letter to our next Speaker of the House to immediately censure and condemn their actions and have them removed from office. This kind of behavior cannot be tolerated, especially when they swore an oath of office to defend and support our Constitution, and that also means to support our allies. Israel has been a great ally to the United States of America, and we have been a great ally to Israel, just as we've been a great ally to the Ukraine. That's announcement number 1. Announcement number 2 is just briefly, I've gotten a lot of questions during the week, a lot of calls in regards to the election lawsuit. Now, without it sounding like campaigning, I want to read a conclusion that I wrote so everybody understands exactly where I'm getting at this. This here lawsuit is not directed at taxpayer-funded dollars for the city of Warren. Each one of the elected officials that you see up here has a bond. It's a surety bond that is issued to each one of us in case of a lawsuit. Each one of us is indemnified to $150,000. The surety bond of Clerk Sonia Buffa is what I'm going after because Sonia Buffa did not do her job in this election. So I would like to read, and I will conclude my remarks then, Mr. President. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government, end quote. The United States of America was never meant to be a democracy based on Democrat policies, and rules by Democrats by law. The Founding Fathers did everything they could to keep us from having a democracy. James Madison, rightly known as the father of the Constitution, wrote in essay number 10 of the Federalist Papers, "Democracies have never been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general, but in short, in their lives, as they have been violent in their deaths." End quote. Alexander Hamilton agreed, and he stated, quote, "We are a Republican government. Real liberty is never found in despotism or in extremes of democracy," end quote. John Adams, the signer of the Declaration of Independence, stated, "Democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself," end quote. The Founding Fathers had a good reason to look upon democracy with contempt. There has never been a better election process in the world other than having a Republican form of government. That's where freedom comes from. Again, the United States of America was never meant to be a democracy based on Democrat policies and ruled by Democrats by law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Watts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got a couple items I want to clear up, but first of all, Tony Baker couldn't come tonight, and I know Ms. Harris wanted to read a statement, so he sent it to me earlier, so I'm going to read that statement. So this is a quote from Mr. Baker. "A City of Warren employee, Kirk Rain, owns a home in Warren. The home is currently being rented out to his friend. The home is not registered as a rental, and 100% homestead exemption is filed with the city on that home." Mr. Rain also has a home in Harrison Township and shows his girlfriend and him owns this home, and 100% homestead exemption is also filed with this Harrison Township home. I brought this up to the mayor a while back when he was responding to me and asked him what he was going to do about the city employee cheating on his taxes. He stated, "I don't know, call the police probably." He had no interest in who the employee was. I left a message with George Demas, the HR director, to discuss it, and he's never called me back. And he ends it with, "How can anyone vote for someone that they don't know their job in the position they have now?" So I know this has been going on with this homestead exemption for a couple years. I personally looked it up after Mr. Baker brought it up to me, and I can tell you that's exactly what I found. I don't know how you get two homestead exemptions. So with that, I want to clear up a couple other things. The De La Salle issue was not something this council brought to the table. It was something that Mr. Bomarito through the DDA, and I don't know if Mr. Turcato was involved in it, but it's been going on for some time, and they brought it to the table, and we tabled it and asked for that we wanted to have a public hearing. We did not start this, they started it. The first I heard of it, it was going to be $4 million, and all of a sudden, last week it was $10 million, and then there was another talk about another $10 million, it could be $20 million. So, you know, they like to start these stories, it's election time, and they send everybody in here to yell at us and tell us all these stories. It's amazing what they do to try to keep their reign of power going. The next thing that was said tonight was about the downtown. You know, I've been pretty outspoken about the downtown, and I'm not ashamed of that, but I also was outspoken about the mayor coming and sitting at the table with us, and he has refused to sit at the table. I've called him out publicly. I've talked to him in person, and he refuses to meet. So we could have probably got a deal done of some kind, but it's not a one-way street. That's what we were elected for. We were elected to watch your money, and that's what we've done, and the mayor refuses to discuss any of this. The other thing is, we've filed 13 lawsuits. I know it was pointed that our good attorney over here is making millions, which is a lie. He hasn't made millions. All the records are in the monthly, the weekly or council minutes for the bills. You can see exactly how much has been paid to his firm. He hasn't made anywhere near that kind of money, or the firm hasn't made that kind of money. We've filed 13 lawsuits, and you're not going to believe this, we've won 13. This mayor has violated a city charter over and over and over And as your legislative body that you elected to represent you here, we took him to task on every one of these items, 13 out of 13. It may be 14 out of 14, I've lost track. But I'm proud of that. I'm not proud that we had to spend the money, but I'm proud that we stopped that man in his tracks. And now he's sending his people in here doing things tonight, telling lies. He sends people in here to yell at us, call us names. That's okay. No big deal. Last week I was at the DDA meeting. They brought a person in, yelled and screamed at me, got in my face, and as soon as he's done yelling at me, he ran out of the room so he didn't have to face me. I don't care. I'm going to hold people accountable for what they do. They're not going to waste our money. And let me tell you, I brought it up at the DDA meeting about the forensic audit that we did. They found $460,000 in misappropriated money. This council's responsible for that budget, and they spent money wasn't allocated. And I talked to 2 of the DDA members after the meeting, and they told me I didn't know what I was talking about. Well, I'll tell you what, when a forensic audit proves what I was talking about by a reputable firm, the state asked for it because they knew there was a problem, so we did it. And then the mayor went into a long rant about how we were all wrong. So anyways, I talked to these businessmen afterwards, and they told me I was wrong. And it's kind of sad that we would have business people sitting on the DDA that don't know what the laws of the DDA is. That's a problem, folks. That's a big problem. So we're here to represent you. I hope everybody appreciates that. If you don't, that's okay too. We all get an opinion. But I'm going to do the right thing as long as I'm sitting up here. I'm not going for another office. I'm not going anywhere else. If I'm here, I'm here. If I'm not, I'm going to enjoy my life. So thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. Lafferty.
Thank you. Just to clarify a couple of items for the record, one of the items that we heard from the previous speaker was that the council had either taken away money from the southern section of the city and only given it to the northern section. And I'll quote to you from the adopted budget of fiscal year 2023. We allocated $2 million for a modular library. I'd like to ask, where is that modular library? It has yet to be built. And Wiegand Park, a splash pad, which we also allocated additional funds just 2 weeks ago for a total of $1.2 million, in contrast to the investment of new restrooms at Helmich Park for $1 million. So where is the disparity? I fail to see it. Now, to Ms. Moore, who is the secretary of the council and was wrongly blamed this week or last week for placing an item on the agenda. Well, I got news for you from this Citizens Alliance. That's the dark money pack that's been sending all this garbage to your mailbox. It's her responsibility to place items on the agenda. That's what we do. We consider and we may adopt. There's a choice. We're given that choice. We vote yes, we vote no, or we table it. And that's exactly, like Mr. Watts said earlier, we tabled it and sent it back to the administration and say, hold a public hearing first, and then we'll think about it. Maybe. Now, since that public hearing, I fielded no less than 57 calls and messages regarding the proposal, and I have yet to hear one single person say that they are in favor of this proposal. I was neither shocked nor surprised that the sharp rejection that this proposal received, and I'm not at all surprised that our neighbors saw through this nonsense. But what I want you to know is a little bit of history here, because it's very, very relevant. And it's history unique to my experience on this council and when I served on the Board of Commissioners more than 20 years ago. I know I'm dating myself. The Macomb County Board of Commissioners back in the early 2000s were the recipients of a lopsided deal with Hillside Productions. You might remember reading about it. The red shirts came to meeting after meeting. Now, again, why is this relevant? Several members of the current Downtown Development Authority, our DDA, had vested interests in that deal, and they took no care for the residents living directly behind the county park that they were going to impact. Those three, including a top administrator in the Mayor Fouts administration, a former administrator, who was subsequently booted from the county's Parks and Rec Commission, then for not bringing a 20-year contract to the Board of Commissioners before it was countersigned, was also responsible for that deal. Ladies and gentlemen, this is history preparing to repeat itself, with the same people writing the deal that happened with the county and the same careless disregard for those neighbors who are going to be impacted. Now, for months after that deal was signed and the loud concerts began, the Board of Commissioners was flooded with residents that coordinated their efforts to show that this bad deal on their neighborhood and wore red shirts to ensure our county administration both saw and heard loud and clear that their decision was detrimental and had a terrible impact to their neighborhood. Now, who's left out of this deal? The soccer teams, the Warren Jets, who have to use facilities in Madison Heights. So all of a sudden, the DDA decides to propose a multi-million-dollar investment to suit the needs of a private school, but forgets everyone else. Conveniently, only a few weeks leading up to an election. Suspect? Not to mention the lack of available recreational facilities if the DD allows control to a private entity. Now, let's not forget the parking, the excess noise, and additional disruption from frequent games. That's moving the problem from one neighborhood to another, and the taxpayers that live in this neighborhood deserve the same protections as the other. Now, does the stadium and the community center require extensive rehabilitation? Absolutely it does. Does the Warren Community Center need a facelift and complete rehabilitation after nearly 25 years in service? Yes, indeed. Now, should Warren taxpayers pay $10 million or more to rebuild these facilities and then turn it over to a private school to run? Absolutely not. I have every respect for De La Salle, but this site is neither the place nor the venue for their sports events, and they should look elsewhere privately and leave our taxpayer-funded facilities out of their relocation plans. I want to thank everyone here tonight that spoke out against this private takeover of our public facilities, and I urge you to continue to speak in our defense of your neighborhood. I say no to this partnership in its current form, its future form, and any attempt to privatize our public facilities by a private entity, and I encourage you to do the same. Now, one more point of clarification. I mentioned about this literature and my opponent coming up and accusing us of trying to fast track it, or however it was stated. That's the second time, sir, that you have lied at the microphone. The last time, you provided false public notice of a city council meeting that resulted in a legal order against you and a complaint to the Secretary of State's office. I caution you once again. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clear up the gentleman that was kind of yelling up there, Mr. Sakwa. I've never met you. But I'm not sure where you got your information, if you're just misinformed or if you misstated things on purpose. I don't know what the purpose of making things up helps. How does that help you? I just don't know. I think the residents are going to think you're a great guy for lying up there at the microphone? Twice. They absolutely were. I've got the paperwork. I'm going to explain to you all. Then you shouldn't have started one, because I'm going to set the record straight. You lied, and I'm going to tell the truth. I have the paper trail. I'm going to explain to you all exactly what happened. So on August 11th, I believe, which is the Friday before our council meeting, we get a packet of information that is sent over by the administration that goes to a server. Ms. Camp downloads all that information, puts it into a form. They come in batches. And one of the items that we received that day was a letter dated August 8th, 2023, addressed to me, and the subject was proposed resolution to approve a letter of intent with De La Salle for redevelopment and lease of Warren Community Center Stadium and athletic fields. That item was put on the next agenda. It was on the agenda, it was posted, like all of our agendas are. It's on the internet, I think there's a physical posting somewhere. When council came to that item, as part of this, let me go back a moment, but as part of the LOL, they said once we approved that, they would structure transactional documents, and they would conduct a community informational session. What we said is we are not going to approve even the letter of understanding until we had public comment. And that is how we left it. The item was tabled with no action because we wanted to hear from the public before we even entertained just approving the form to go forward with more talks. What we were presented was not a final form of anything that was going to be presented, but what was presented at the meeting that was held here in the community center, and I've got to kind of complain about that. I saw it, what I thought would happen is we would have a meeting in this auditorium. It would be organized. Certainly I was hoping nobody would sit up here and lord over people. This is the worst setup ever. I don't like this at all. But we could have had a meeting and people in front. We have big screens. We could have presented things. But the administration refused to meet in here. If they had met in here, we also could have easily had the session recorded, which I think would have been beneficial. We could have had it online so people could see what everyone's issues were. Instead, it was held in the cafeteria of this building that was standing room only, and it was such a free-for-all. There was no organization. There was nobody could hear anything. At one point, someone did go and get like a walkable, portable microphone so that people could hear, and that still didn't work great. There was no organization, who was speaking, whatever, and it devolved into a very ugly situation in some respects. The members, Mr. Bomarito, did not treat the residents very well, and I understand part of that. It was very sort of an unruly meeting. I think it was designed that way, unfortunately, and then there was some incident before the meeting even started with Mr. Turcato and one of our residents, and that was just totally uncalled for. So, I mean, I was there, Ms. Camp was there, another member from our council office was there to watch and make sure that we heard what the residents had to say. Not one, and of course, this is the interesting thing, this is all, it was left. The next day, I received an email from the city, one of the assistant city attorneys, stating that in light of the comments from the residents, they were pulling back the item and asked that we leave it on the table, that we not even deal with it, which was fine with me. And then, lo and behold, on Saturday, this hit everybody's mailboxes saying that I tried to put through a $13 million football stadium for a wealthy private school paid for with taxpayer funds without public debate. This is the nonsense that's going on that apparently Mr. Salk was part of, because he was sort of given the party line of this group that he is beholding to. Cecil St. Pierre, I think, is Citizens Alliance, and I don't know, is Sean Clark with that one? Gus Ganem? And that group is paying for their campaigns. You'll see most of the literature is either by Macomb Business United or Citizens Alliance. The rest of us are raising money in the normal way and using our own money, but they're Dark Money PAC is funding them, and then they come up here and lie to you. So that just sort of tells you what's going on and how dangerous this rhetoric is. Thank you.
Any additional?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Generally, I sit pretty quietly for those of you who come to meetings regularly, pretty poised and really disdain grandstanding. But I do have a statement today that I wanted to read, similar to my colleagues. There's been an inordinate amount of negative campaigning this election season. Those seeking elected office, residents, and others have gotten up during audience participation to personally attack members of this council table. Many targeting me for the past 6 months. It is extended to folks in the audience, residents, their families. I felt it was really important to speak on this particularly today because yesterday, when I was door knocking, there was a gentleman when I opened the door who said, "You mother," explicit, and slammed the door in my face. Another gentleman told one of my staff, who's just working for a living, that I was a backstabbing bitch. This has gone on because the mayor's administration has consistently created divisive language by mailing, Ms. Moore can show the mailer that was mailed with a face that looks like me coming out of a casket, about how horrible I was for standing up for taxpayers and for residents and not falling in line exactly as he prescribes, because we are elected by 137,000 people here in the city. We don't respond or report to just one. And the reason why this bothered me today is in the news, if anyone paid attention, there was a gentleman in Lansing canvassing for an at-large city council member who was shot to death. Shot. This man was killed at someone's doorstep. I have people who work for me who are putting their lives on the line campaigning. We just had a gentleman who came up who said he has 4 shootings on his street. This is completely unacceptable behavior for people who claim to be leaders and public servants in this city. And I implore everyone here, everyone listening, to do your research, to call and ask questions of people who are running for office about the truth behind things, and do not allow negative rhetoric to create divisiveness and put other people in danger, because people like small women like me, minorities, people of color should not be afraid to go knock on their neighbor's door to ask them what they want different or changed in their community. This is just completely unacceptable. You cannot open, thank you. You cannot open social media, TV Warren, your mailboxes without seeing divisive rhetoric over and over and over again. And we as a community deserve far better in our leaders. We deserve far better from each other. And I implore you to see us as humans. I am a human being as everyone else is here, as the mayor is. We are all human beings. So just so that everyone knows, I am the daughter to Jan and Mike Rogansey. I'm a big sister to Adam and Nicole and my late brother Alex. I'm an aunt to Alexis, William, and Benjamin. I am the love of someone's life, Dustin. I'm a public servant who has spent 20 years working in nonprofit organizations, helping the most vulnerable in society. I am a grieving daughter who lost her father 14 months ago to cancer. I am a cancer survivor myself. I've received awards for my humanitarian efforts and business acumen. And contrary to the mayor's propaganda, this council has accomplished many important legislative items and appropriated money to many important city projects the past 4 years, all of which I will detail on Facebook and share with whomever is interested in seeing what we've accomplished. Have we been perfect? Absolutely not. We are humans. We are not perfect. If someone is physically assaulted, injured, or even killed during this election cycle, that will be on the mayor and his administration's hands because of the incredible divisiveness he has created in this community for many, many years. The goal of propaganda is to dehumanize. I will no longer allow people to personally attack me. I will no longer tolerate hostility from folks or dehumanization in general of any of my colleagues up here. We are humans. You will not dehumanize us. We are here to serve you. And if you have a problem, please, please, please call and reach out, and we are happy to answer questions and be of service to you. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Any additional? Next item.
She said it all. Maybe we should just go home.
No, we got a bunch of public hearings.
Next item is a public hearing, 11A.
Have we gotten the information?
No, we have not gotten any information, have we? Oh, we did get, oh, yeah, we did. Everybody should have got it. It was in there. We did get it.
We did get it.
Yep. So motion to remove from the table?
Motion by Moore to remove from the table.
Support Lafferty.
Support Lafferty. All in favor of remove from the table?
Aye.
Opposed? Have we had the public hearing on this?
No.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Okay, you want to read the item?
Yes. Public hearing, request for a subdivision lot split located on the south side of 14 Mile Road, approximately 645 feet west of Hollingsworth Avenue, commercial building to the west, 6440 14 Mile Road, to be split into owned parcel, 6500 14 Mile Road, Gardner White. Section 4, Derek Kosicki, 14 Mac LP, PSL S 230001.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak regarding this item? Hearing and seeing none, I turn it over to council for action. Or I close the public hearing, turn it over to council for action.
Motion to approve.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion? Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passes 6-0. Next item.
Next item is 11B, which is another public hearing, request for rezoning with conditions, 2 properties located on the north and south side of 10 Mile Road, approximately 326.85 feet east of Mound Road, from the present zoning classification of C2, General Business District, M2, Medium Light Industrial District, P, Parking District, North Property, Section 21, and R1P, One Family Residential and Parking District, South Property, Section 28, to M1, Light Industrial District, Sections 21 and 28, 6014-6015, 10 Mile Road, SEH Warren, LLC, Frank Jarbo, Will Grappentine.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak regarding this item? Now's your chance. There's no real order, just when someone's finished, someone else hop up, and you can state your name for the record.
My name's Tina Hall, but my first question is this the only chance that I get to say something?
Yes.
Okay, I have a letter here that is also with signatures from our neighborhood that's kind of separate from me. Do I give that to you guys to read? Okay.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yes.
I think,
What's your
I
point
know
of
the
order?
officer just closed the door, but I think to comply with the Open Meetings
Yeah,
Act,
we
we have
need
to
it
have the door open.
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Bell?
You're
Mr.
right.
Bell, could you help? Could you open one of those doors, please? So we have an open door. We have an open door policy. Thank you.
Oh, I want something. What do you got in there?
I got lens wipes.
Is that Gary? Oh, he's
Go ahead.
candy.
Okay, I gotta say, like with other people, my head is about ready to explode, first off. I didn't know a lot of this stuff that was going on. And since I've already learned a lot of this stuff is happening around our country, it's just like, wow, it's right here in my backyard, and
Yep.
I just feel bad, and it's shameful that we all have to end up going through all this BS. I'm Tina Hall. About what's going on here, I've been in the neighborhood since 1972. So I know all the stuff that's been going on. Chateau Hall was DeCarlo's, now Mr. Jarbo bought it. I'm a little scattered here, hang on. Okay, so what had happened first is back in July, we had all got this notice about what they want to do at the Chateau Hall, now DeCarlo's. They want to make storage units, but we didn't know any of that. So everybody came to the first meeting. We had gotten short notice. It was postponed, not only because we got short notice, good reasons, but the sound is awful in here. I'm 40% deaf. I didn't have hearing aids at the time, and they postponed it. So the last meeting was supposed to be, as far as I know, it was left at, like the planning committee approved Mr. Jarbo's project for this meeting, and then I guess here was supposed to be yay or nay whether you guys decide it should go through or not. At that time, we had brought up the neighbors, which there's more of us come and go each meeting. I think it was left at what we wanted as the residents, because we know that that this guy's he's gonna open up this business and make a lot of really good money, which is great for him. And the city's gonna get a lot of taxes from him, and great for them, right? However you guys spend it, I'm not even going there. All we want as residents is safety. You guys, everybody can make their money, but what we want is safety. All we want, and we pointed out at the last meeting, is for the wall that is currently around there surrounding our residents, the back of this business. The wall ranges between 4 and 6 feet all the way around. Not tall enough. There are children that climb on it right now. I was one of those kids eons ago. I've climbed on that wall. There were thieves in the area. I can attest to what happens with that wall right there. All we're requesting is that the entire wall is made taller. They want 9-foot buildings. They want to add 9-foot storage. We want 9-foot wall. Children can't climb a 9-foot wall. Thieves aren't going to climb a 9-foot wall. There are currently trees around the property that the base of the trees are real wide and down to the ground. Neighbors have said, we've seen people hiding in there. We've seen kids in there. We've seen bums in, not a bad word. We've seen homeless people in there, hiding, sleeping. Anybody could be creeping, hiding for assault, for theft, for whatever. It's not safe to have it that way. That Mr. Jarboe graciously offered us, he said, fine, I'm fine with it. If the city will pass the variance, he'll build a wall, taller wall. If we want trees, fine. He said trees, the greenscape, fine, whatever we want, as long as the city approves the variance. And we went out in the hallway and had conversation with Mr. Jarboe, and he offered us these things. He's like, I don't care I'll do what you want. The city just has to approve it. So that's where the last meeting was, and we have residents are like, okay, it's not a done deal yet, right? We're waiting for this wall thing to happen. And because of my hearing, unfortunately, I had got hearing aids for the last meeting. Long story, that I lost them at the hospital with my son in Grand Rapids recently. So I'm very scattered right now because of these issues. So all that we are requesting, we don't have a problem with it, but the way we have a problem with the follow-through. We don't know especially even today, how do we know that anything is said and done is going to happen?
We'll address that when it's all done.
What?
We'll address that. We'll address your question.
Okay.
When everybody's done.
Okay, and I have more questions. Neighbors have more questions. Where am I at, Minnie-wise? Are you trying to tell me to sit down, or?
No. There's no time in a public hearing.
Oh, okay. Okay. So some of the things, and I'm just going to go back to this letter because it's easier. Again, Mr. Jarboe had offered that. We thank all the city, everybody who's done their work for following up so far. The walls right now are 4 to 6 feet. We want 9 feet. I know that's not standard. I'd called Mr. Jarboe several times since the last meeting to see, okay, what do we got to do about the wall? And I didn't get calls back. Another one of the residents, Debbie here, had mentioned, and she's going to be the most affected by this company because I've been in her kitchen right here, and you can see right there is where the storage units would be. And her wall's already 6 feet. So they would have, she can see what's going on, and they can see into her kitchen, the way it stands. So we're just asking, just step that up so that we have privacy, and so that we have the safety. Kids aren't on it. Nobody can sleep back there behind trees and that. We want to make sure that they said that the entrance from our street into Domino's, which goes into DeCarlo's, would be cut off. We want to make sure that that happens, that the wall gets to 9 feet, and that the surrounding trees that are there right now, because they are so big and go down to the ground, and it is like anybody, like you could have a group of people hiding behind these trees, ready to go ransack a house or assault somebody, and it's scary. because there have been all kinds of nastiness back there, spray painting, bums, garbage, what do you call them, like grocery carts and stuff. Somebody actually, different cars come in and trucks parked there. One actually hit her wall the other day. So all we're wanting is this wall, take care of the trees, and some kind of monitoring, something so that the blight doesn't come back in place, because even though Jarboe had it since late 2022, it wasn't until the first meetings came up here that they started cutting down the 3-foot tall grass all around the property, which thank them for doing that, but how do we know that this isn't gonna, that they're gonna keep taking care of it, and that the city, again, because things aren't getting done, how do we know that the blight, that it won't become blight again? Right down 10 Mile, not even a mile down the same road, same side of the street, there's already in Centerline a storage facility. For about the past month and a half, and I know that's not warm, but it's right there, okay? That entire gate that you go in and you give your little code and it opens up and lets you in has been knocked down, and it's been down for a month and a half. So nobody, nobody there cares. There's even people on our street, there's like grass that is high from business and that things aren't getting done, okay. The decisions that were made before, I know this isn't the place, but the decisions that were made before, like right behind my house for the cement company, that has affected our neighborhood to the point that the flooding, that the last big rains that we had, I don't know, weeks ago, something like that, major rains, flooded our street right there. I went out there in the pouring rain, in the middle of the night in the pouring rain, to see, is it us, is it our neighbors, are we pouring water from our property into the streets here? It was the businesses. And I know that's another thing that would have to be dealt with for those businesses, but what I'm saying is decisions in the past that have been made here are affecting us, whether everybody sees it or not. So that directly, I have photos that I didn't get here in time and didn't know how to do it, that shows that the water was coming right under the fence, that shows our streets are flooded, that shows because commercial vehicles, not only from the cement company, but from down the street, the other way, there's Amazon and that. There's other semi-trucks going up and down our street, but there's a sign that says no commercial trucks. Nothing's being enforced. At the corner of our street, again, I have photos, it's all full of dirt and gravel and all kinds of stuff that trucks have been pulling in and out of there. So there's a lot of things that aren't being taken care of around. And though we don't have a problem with this business being there, like, clean it up, that's great. Put up a wall, do everything that you need to make a good, clean, safe business, security and all that. Sure, make your money. We're not complaining about that. We just want to be safe ourselves. We just want that wall and we want those trees, and I haven't had any correspondence. There's no communication and correspondence here to find out what this guy's going to do and what the city and or him, how are we going to be guaranteed any kind of follow through for any of this? So basically that's.
We'll ask the petitioner those specific things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
We've got microphones in the back and a hearing device. Would you like them to bring it out for you?
You guys gave me this.
Okay, so you have one.
And I still am
It doesn't
having-
work very well,
It keeps
but
going in
something.
and out, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, we tried.
That's okay, that's all I want. We just want you guys to try because
You're
we're
going-
trying desperately in our neighborhood too.
Thank you.
So I appreciate y'all.
Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this item?
Yeah, since I only had 3 minutes before, I just wanted to reiterate that the wall that runs along my property, I don't even know how many feet it is, 60 feet along the Warren DeCarlos parking lot. It goes from 4 feet to 5.5, and the taller part of the wall, unfortunately, right after Mr. Jarboe, we had the Planning Commission meeting. I went to cut the grass, and the wall has shifted like 3 or 4 inches. So today, I called a brick company to get an estimate. I thought maybe we could pay for it ourselves because Mr. Jarbeau, I did contact him through text message, and he sent out a property manager and a maintenance person he hires, and they did stake it with a steel rod. So when I called the brick company today and sent him the photos, he said he has seen these photos before, and it just so happened that Mr. Jarbeau had called that same brick company to get an estimate on the repair of the wall. And it would be extensive, you know, probably over $20,000. But, so here we have, and he said it's just thousands of pounds. So now we have a possible dangerous situation that this whole wall could collapse now. And, but it could last 5 to 15 years. So since my property is higher, like I said, my yard would wash right into the green space of the storage center. So there would have to be some type of retaining wall. And the maintenance property manager, when he was talking to me, was on the phone with Mr. Jarbeau, and Mr. Jarbeau said he doesn't care if the wall falls down. He doesn't need the wall, but that was in his original proposal to the city, that there will be a wall. So I don't really know what to think about that. And would the city enforce his original proposal that a wall has to be there? I mean, I would be happy with a privacy fence myself. I have to admit that I don't think the 6-foot limit is high enough for some of the businesses that are being put around us right now, like the cement companies and the block of Peter Cost, which runs from 10 Mile. It's got to be at least a half-mile long or close to a half-mile long. Now you have semi-trucks, 2 cement companies. So when you drive down Peter Cost, every single person, every homeowner on the entire street, all you can see is the semi-trucks and the cement trucks. There's no fences, there's no walls, there's no green space. I don't understand, because I thought zoning, they had to have something between a residence and these businesses. A new business just opened at McCursey and Sherwood, and they have like 15 semi-trucks called Redline Logistics parked there. It's right there. They come out, here's the house. A house would be like here, but the semi-trucks are here. So you walk down the sidewalk and you can almost reach out and touch the semi-trucks. But anyway, so back to the wall, I don't know how that would be enforced and what you think about that if it came down and what would be done. So that was our main issue with the storage units being put up. And will the owner of the storage units honor their commitment to the residents of having a wall and what the zoning ordinance is? You know, because that was his original proposal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this item? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn the item over to council for action.
Motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Is the petitioner here? Or Mr. Worth? Can you add anything on this, Mr. Worth? No, let's hear the petitioner first. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tom Callis, that's K-A-L-A-S. I'm here this evening on behalf of SEH Warren LLC. Mr. Jarbeau unfortunately could not make it. He sends his apologies. I'm here to answer any questions that you have. I've listened to the comments of the residents, and we can address those adequately.
You want to address those first, and then we'll get into questions?
Sure. Just for the record, my address is 31350, and that's Telegraph Road, Suite 200, and that's Bingham Farms, Michigan.
Okay.
So just so the residents have a comfort level, this is a conditional rezoning request, and as part of the rezoning, we have offered a specific use, which is the self-storage facilities, both on the north and south side of 10 Mile. Along with the rezoning, what we did is we offered conditions and a site plan, which has gone through reviews, city departmental reviews, planning commission review, As you're aware, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request. There were some conditions, some comments they had. Our architect and engineers went back to the drawing board. They incorporated those comments into revised plans. Those revised plans were in fact submitted to the city, I believe, August 25 of this year. They addressed the comments adequately, we believe, and they are part of this rezoning. So if the city council were to approve the rezoning request, then those site plans and those conditions that were offered become part of that rezoning approval. So what that does, excuse me, what that does as far as the public is it provides for a development. Obviously, this is a very low impact use compared to what can be there under the current M2 zoning and the current C2 zoning. It's very low impact. There's very few traffic in and out, very few customers that actually visit the site on a daily basis. That's how these self-storage facilities are. But it provides for cleaning up the sites. It provides for adequate and actually beneficial landscaping. In addition to that, there's stormwater sewer drainage improvements. The plans have to go through the city site plan approval process. Even if the zoning is approved, it has to go through the rezoning process or the engineering process. So the plans will be scrutinized by the professionals, and the engineers will look at the plans, and they will make sure that we meet the conditions that are proposed in the zoning proposal and in the conditional zoning agreement that Mrs. Michaels has prepared a draft of and eventually will be approved and signed by the parties. But those site plans do provide currently anywhere that we abut residential, which is to the east of us, and I believe the residents that spoke this evening are part of that. We are proposing, and in fact, we will be bound by law to provide a wall, 6-foot wall. Now, some of the wall will be replaced, some of it will be improved. There'll be some privacy fencing, 6-foot high privacy fencing as shown on the site plan. The ordinance does require only a 6-foot high wall. Personally, I'm involved in a lot of these developments, and a 9-foot high wall is great. I can appreciate that, but what we're providing is 25-foot buffers along all the residential properties that abut the east side of our property, and within that 25, some are 32-foot buffers actually. We plant densely planted minimum 8-foot high evergreen trees, or we propose in pine trees. So these trees will have the effect of growing throughout the years. We feel it provides more privacy, more screening, certainly absorbs more of the noise, whatever noise will be there, any headlights, all that stuff. We feel better than a 9-foot high wall. We do appreciate the request and the concern, but what we've proposed on our site plan we feel is a better alternative. So now, as far as the traffic on Peter Kaltz Road, the east side of our property that accesses Peter Kaltz Road is going to be closed off. There's going to be a 6-foot high wall there. So there's not going to be any traffic from our site going out onto that road, and there certainly can't be any traffic from that road going into our site. So we feel that's a non-issue. That's been closed off. There's no truck traffic or any traffic that will be coming out of our site onto that road. The property itself, once developed, once built, will be gated. Hours will be, operational hours will be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. People, as you know, these self-storage facilities, you need a code or a fob to get in. They're gated. Off of 10 Mile, there'll be a gate, and there's an access point off of Mound Road. There will be a gate there too. So between the hours of 8 to 5, customers can come in, access a property. Those are the normal hours. From 5 to 11 p.m., you can only get in. You have to have your code, your fob in order to get in. there's going to be no access whatsoever to any of the customers from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., or just slightly before 6 a.m. From 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., if you have a storage unit and you have your fob, you can have access to get to your unit. Some people have to, whatever, their schedules are different. They have to get there early. Some people can only get there after 5 o'clock. So, again, this is for this site, we feel this is a nice development. We don't hear any opposition to the actual use. And, we're here to answer any questions. I think I've answered all the questions from the residents. And to the extent City Council has any questions, be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
You made the motion. Do you have questions?
Thank you. Through the chair to, thank you, Mr. Callis. Through the chair to Mr. Worth, please. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ron Worth. I'm the planning director. I'm here representing the Planning Commission.
All right. I am questioning the discrepancy dated August 11th from the Planning Department to Mr. Grapentine. And the proposed rezoning satisfies the following concepts. Item B, subsection 2, the petitioner has indicated they are agreeable in raising the wall to 10 feet. And the condition, as I heard, that they are agreeable to keep or replacing the wall, but I'm only hearing 6 feet. And 6 feet is the standard height. Anything else would have to go to ZBA, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And has the petitioner sought the approval of the ZBA yet, or is that still pending site plan approval?
You'll have to ask the petitioner.
Okay. With the request for 9 feet, I mean, it's a rather high wall. Would it be, in your opinion, mitigated with the concerns of those that live directly behind to the east? Would this berm, with the standard height and the dense screening, be a better solution, or would a wall be more fitting?
Well, let's go back to what the petitioner had said, and that is 6-foot-high wall with a 20 to 25-foot buffer all the way around, and that buffer would be landscaped, and those trees will grow.
Mm-hmm.
And from my experience, I think that's a very good way to go about this, frankly. There are few places in town that have buffers of this width,
mm-hmm.
and with the landscaping. 9 feet, again, this is my opinion, seems rather high. 8 feet might be a little better, but I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of going so high, what that's all about. 6 feet seems to have been what the city fathers wanted years ago. It's worked all these years, and that can work. But that's between the petitioner and the citizens at this point in time. That's out of the purview of the Planning Commission. If you said that the agreement says 10 feet, is that what the agreement?
According to the letter dated August 11th, that the petitioner was agreeable in raising the wall to 10 feet. And what I'm trying to get to here is, I know that you had tabled this, the Planning Commission rather, had tabled this, sent it back. Mr. Jarbo was required to meet with the residents, discuss their concerns. They've edified their list of of conditions and concerns here, and that they want to be fully protected from visual and sound disturbances from the storage business. And if we look back just 4 to 6 weeks ago, we had Hutch Paving that came in front of us, and they were looking for the rezoning. They have an established berm of a similar size, and the densely populated planted trees, pines that have grown in and are growing, and they've added additional trees to help mitigate the sound and visual appeal of the backyards abutting the property. I would find, and I tend to agree, that seeing green and evergreen trees seem to be more visually appealing. They're healthier for the environment, and if properly maintained, according to the agreement, would be very nice for the residents to look at if it provides the screening. I want to ensure that if there are enough trees that block the appearance of the storage units, if that would be acceptable to them. 'Cause I do agree that a 9-foot wall is no pun intended, but it's a tall ask. And I doubt the ZBA would probably entertain that.
It's very tall. Yeah, these are pine trees that typically that's what we ask for. The leaves don't fall off like a deciduous type tree. They provide a screen. I can't say that they have much to do with noise, but it's more a screening effect. Same with the wall, a screening effect.
Right. The final item that I had, and the rest of it talks about the safety, either from the site or adjacent to the site. And that question to Mr. Callis, could you please approach? Could you please speak to the security of this site? I want to, if maybe we can meet in the middle here with the trees and the security of the site.
Well, it will be a gated site, as you know, and access will only be in through the gates with a code and a fob. There's an on-site manager there from 8 to 5. Like I indicated before, the entire perimeter on the east side is going to have screening wall, screening privacy fences, the 25-foot buffer, the minimum 8-foot high trees. And these trees grow pretty fast, a couple feet a year from what I'm told. So, we think that'll provide more than sufficient screening, buffering, and safety. Now, obviously, we can't prevent, someone from doing what they're going to do if they have ill intentions, but I think we meet and, in fact, exceed a lot of the requirements relative to screening and buffering and privacy when you have a light industrial property that abuts a residential property under your ordinances. So.
Right. So the kind of gate that would protect the front of the property for entry, it's not one that somebody could walk underneath or get behind or on the side?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the only access is through that particular gate? I looked at the plan, was it 1 or 2 ingress and egress on both sides, or just the one?
So off of 10 Mile, there's ingress in and egress out. On 15 Mile, on Mound Road, which will be gated, there's only one way out, and they have to make a right. Only can go northbound on Mound Road.
Okay, that lengthy drive.
Yes.
You're going to make it one way out?
One way. It's one way and only one way out to the right. You can't come in through that access.
And that's also gated?
Correct.
Okay.
And then, of course, the required lighting, photometric plans, the lighting requirements under your ordinance, all those requirements will be met, so.
I was going to say properly shielded because I don't want light protruding through into their backyards.
Yes, whatever, yes.
All right, because I'll hear about it if you do.
No.
And then you'll hear about it.
Well, I don't think your ordinance will allow that anyway, so. Yeah.
Well, that's funny how those ordinances work. Other than, they did ask for Peter Kultz to be closed off, which you've agreed to do, and general maintenance, looks like all of this will be in order. if they're agreeable to the trees providing sufficient screening, the lighting not protruding, and the security of the site addressing their safety concerns, I'm amenable to this. I'll pause for
Any additional questions?
questions.
Mr. President,
Mr. Kabazinski,
I have several questions.
proceed.
I'm sorry?
Proceed.
First of all, I'd like to know, this is probably more of a question for Mr. Worth. Sir?
You're up.
What exactly happened to DeCarlos that we're here now with us here? What exactly happened?
I don't have a history on what happened. Their business, I'll just say, failed. Simple as that.
After COVID, it had difficult times, and then he sold.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking that because one of the things I heard is that we don't have a lot of, buffet and, convention venues in the city, and they were a primary one, so I'm just wondering why that happened and occurred.
Yeah.
That was a big question. The public safety concern, I see they're gonna have the property, is that just gonna be parking across the street from the main facility for the M1 that's gonna be by Speedway? Is that just parking or is that storage too?
All of the parking is on site. There are dedicated spaces for customers and dedicated spaces for employees.
Okay, so the one that's right behind Speedway is going to be storage too and parking on there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
That would be only one egress and one entrance, right, onto 10 Mile Road?
On the 10 Mile.
Okay. Is that going to be sufficient if there's, in the case of emergency, you have two exits on the north side, but you would only have one that I would see on the 10 Mile one? Is that going to be sufficient for a
There's
storage
plenty-
facility?
Yeah, it's-
Have only one entrance?
Yeah, it's
and
wide
egress?
enough, in and out both ways. There's plenty of room for turnarounds, for fire department access and all that.
Okay, like I said, I asked that because it's going to be right next to a gasoline station. I've heard some concerns from some residents about there might be storage of marijuana-related materials, growing materials and chemicals that are used for that process. What safeguards do you have for that not being stored in your facility?
It's not permitted.
Okay. And my last question is there going to be a Knox box supplied for the fire and police if they have to get after-hours emergency access to this facility, either the north end or the south end?
Yeah, I mean, typically the fire department is given a code, police departments, and they have access to the property.
Okay, and then what is your intention for the remaining of the property there where you have for going to Peter Colts? I heard that you said that's going to be closed off completely.
Correct.
So what is your intention for the rest of that roadway? Just nothing's going to be there at all?
Which road, are you talking about Peter Colts?
Yes, you have an extra, you had said you're going to have that walled off.
Yes.
So is it going to be walled off at the street, or is it going to be walled off on your facility?
No, on our property line, because there's a building to the east of us that we don't own.
Okay, so what do you intend to do with that driveway that you have remaining? What is going to happen with that?
There's a drive on our site, and it provides access.
You have
around-
ownership of that drive going out to Peter Colts, correct?
No,
You do not?
no.
But yet it's going to be walled off?
No, we're walling off on our, if you look at the site plan, we're walling off on our property perimeter.
Okay, but you don't own that drive?
We don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional? So, Mr. Worth, this has not gone through site plan approval yet? This is just the rezoning at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct?
Upon
And
approval here, if it becomes approved, their next step is to come for site plan approval.
And if I want to try and summarize the wall that the residents are talking about, and that they want 9 or 10 feet. I don't believe that we can ask them to provide something that's higher than our ordinance. And I don't think it can be, and correct me if I'm wrong, can we make or can one of the bodies make it a condition if they offer it for it to be 9 or 10 feet, whether it be planning or zoning? If they offer it, can they offer something that's greater than what our zoning ordinance allows without going to ZBA first? How do we, you see what I'm trying to get at?
They can offer it, there's no doubt about that.
But what happens then if ZBA
Upon
declines?
approval by ZBA. If
Right.
it doesn't get approved, it's not on the table.
I was on ZBA for many years, and the trees are much better than a wall. The walls deteriorate, and then you're waiting for it. And a taller wall is more subject to shear from wind, and just the potential for toppling over. We have to have the buffer, the wall between residential and commercial, but having the green belt and the arborvitae and pine trees there is a much better solution for screening. So, any other?
Mr. President?
Mr. Kaczynski?
I just noticed something on the map here. Their property line goes to the north end to Braun Avenue. What's going to be over there? Is that going to be a green belt too, or is that just the wall?
That's green belt and wall. over
Okay,
there
and how
to the
high is
right.
that going to be?
I believe a lot of it's existing at this point. Whatever is there that, like a wall that is in good shape, it'll remain. The wall that the resident mentioned about it falling apart, if that's on the property line, that will be the responsibility of the petitioner.
Right.
No doubt about that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So for the residents who came here, this is the rezoning. It will go back to planning or site plan, and that's where the conditions that they're speaking about will be offered in a contractual basis. So the planning commission will add that to the site plan. So what we're doing here is changing the zoning of the property to allow them to proceed with the site plan. This is not the final step. Any others?
Mr. President?
Mr. Lafferty?
Your day to water the pine trees is Wednesday.
Got it. Okay.
Mr. President?
Mr. Watts?
So the landscape will come in under the site plan, correct?
Yes.
So one of the concerns that the residents had was the safety, and having a little bit of landscape experience over the years, I think they'd probably be better off with the arborvitaes than they would with the pines, because the pines really create a lot
place to
of
sit.
place to hide, sit. Not only that, they're garbage collectors too, so.
Yep.
Probably want to consider that to the petitioner to have arborvitaes.
All right. Call the question.
Okay.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Rogansey?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passes 6-0. Next item.
Next item is 11C, request for standard rezoning located on the east side of Ryan Road, approximately 176.3 feet south of 11 Mile Road, from the present rezoning classification of C2, General Business District, C1, Local Business District, and P, Parking District, to C2, General Business District, Section 20, 26688 Ryan Road, Village Fair Shopping Center, Iden Calabat Engineering.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak regarding this item? Hearing or seeing none, I close the public hearing, turn the item over to council for action.
Motion to approve?
I'll support that with discussion.
Motion by Lafferty, support by Watts. Discussion, Mr. Watts. Is the petitioner here?
Yes, I am. Iden Calabat Engineering. Business address for the record, 31333 Southfield Road, Suite 250, Beverly Hills, Michigan.
Thank you. Mr. Watts.
So I know we're just rezoning tonight, so we got to get a site plan, but, you know, the property's kind of a mess. The parking lot's a mess. It needs to be repaved. Is there plans to put money in to clean that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the property owner recently acquired that property a few years ago. They've since was mostly vacant at the time. They've since filled it with tenancy. The current tenants do not have the extensive parking needs of the previous occupants. So the intent is to rezone the property to one congruent zoning as presented here tonight, which will allow them to potentially seek redevelopment options for an outlot development. The intent is to potentially do a drive-through coffee shop that would be drive-through only, as a small little outlot in front of that shopping center in between the two drive aisles. So with that would come parking lot improvements, repavement, things like that, resurfacing of that parking lot as well.
Okay, I would just, I understand they're just going to put a couple outlet things, but I would hope that they would re-landscape the whole property and clean up that parking lot, because we have parking lots falling apart all over the city, and some of these businesses look pretty bad, so I would hope they would do the right thing, so.
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
Any additional?
Mr. President.
Mr. Lafferty.
Mr. Watts has covered all of my points except one. The illegal parking of semi-trailers has been an issue on your lot.
Yes, it's been an issue that my client has repeatedly sought to address. They've had several vehicles towed out of there. It's something they're aware of, and they continue to battle.
All right.
They're all unauthorized, unwelcome, unsolicited. The proximity to the freeway tends to, and I think the history of the property and previous ownership not being as diligent as my client has allowed for some of that to be commonplace. But I tell you, it's a headache for them. They continue to address them and deal with them.
I think what you're actually doing is you're curbing the problem at 11 and Ryan, and it's creating a larger problem at 9 and Ryan. And they're having a similar issue there as well. 10 and Ryan has a rather large lot, similar issue. We've got to get a crackdown on illegal truck parking. Thank you for answering that question.
Any additional?
Mr. President?
Mr. Kabczynski.
I realize this is just rezoning, but I have a question for Mr. Worth, please.
Mr. Worth, if you could grace us with your presence again.
I'll ask my question while you're moving up, sir. I went to a couple of the planning meetings concerning this property. I agree that it needs to be unified zoning on this here, so it cleans up all the little parcels that need to be under one blanket of the zoning. But I am concerned in this area of 11 and Ryan of, there used to be a supermarket there, and now any nearby supermarket is at quite a distance away for those residents. And I wanted to find out, what did the master plan have to say about this area here, in that being for retail and it being a grocery store? I'm concerned about having a food desert in that neighborhood for the residents that, maybe have mobility issues, or are seniors that, have an issue with being shut-ins and not having access to a grocery store nearby in their neighborhood. At least where I live at in South Warren, we have the Valley Fresh Market that's nearby. I don't see, my concern is in the master plan that, was it foreseen that this should remain as a grocery store or turn into, as the petitioners attempting to do here, have a coffee shop and outlet stores?
The future land use map indicates clearly that it's commercial, and commercial is it's a rather general term, so to speak. But I'll agree with you that when I saw the grocery store leave, I knew food desert. That's a good term to use. And personally, I live within less than a mile of the site, and I used it all the time. Sorry to see that go. That's something that the owner should know. You're telling the owner that. I guess I am too. It'd be nice to have a good grocery store that runs well and doesn't go out of business, which is what happened to the last one. But it's not where we can order a store, so to speak. It's going to be based on petitioner, the owner, market, and whatever they think that they want to do there. Our control in planning will be on these outlots that they believe that they have room there. Part of the reason they think they have that is a change in our zoning ordinance for the requirement of parking. Less parking is what we did, so it has created areas and shopping centers in this town now for outlets for various smaller type entities. So
No, I understand that, sir. My concern is, so the previous petitioner was doing a storage. My understanding of the grocery store facility right now, it's being used as storage, okay? And this is what my concern is. We're seeing a lot more storage, and we've lost now a grocery store in the neighborhood. And that's what my concern is. I'm seeing an increase in storage facilities, and I'm seeing a lot less retail. I understand it's become more convenient for people to get groceries delivered to their house, but there are still some people that want to go to the store and get their own food. And my concern is, what did the master plan have to say about this remaining a viable area for a supermarket for the residents in the neighborhood?
it doesn't say it in that exact way. It's a commercial area, and commercial uses that are in the C2 zone would be permitted. So
I just want to make it aware, I hope we understand what we're doing, is that we have a facility that was a very long time standing grocery store for the residents in that neighborhood, an independently run facility, and now it's been used like this here for storage. You know, there was a need for the parking, obviously, because it was a grocery store. And now we're losing our retail, and it's been used for storage, and now we're going to have these outlots that are going to be used for, you know, a coffee drive-through. I don't think that's going to be conducive to the neighborhood. I think it's going to be somebody that gets off the freeway, off the interstate, get their coffee, get back onto the interstate. I don't think that's going to be viable for the neighborhood, but I understand this is just a rezoning. I just have a real concern how the master plan addressed this here, and so we don't end up having a food desert. Thank you.
Mr. Watts?
I just wanted to comment on Mr. Kabazinski's thing. You know, number one, we can't force businesses to come in there if they can't make a profit. They're, you know, that's probably why the grocery store moved out, because they were surrounded. But then the other half of the coin kind of leads to another thing we've discussed tonight, is if we had an economic development coordinator that was out there actively recruiting businesses and building in areas, we might not have this problem. So, I know that grocery store was there for years. It was a very good shopping center. It was very busy. So that's all I got.
I order groceries. I can't stand going to the big grocery store. but I love going to Cattleman's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the smaller stuff, so. Anyone else? Call the question. Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kabazinski?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 6-0.
Thank you, council members.
Next item.
11D, which is a public hearing request for rezoning with conditions, parcel 1 located on the south side of 9 Mile Road, approximately 160 feet west of Warner Avenue, from the present zoning classification of P Parking District, the south 150 feet of the property to M2, Medium Light Industrial District, Section 31, 2700 9 Mile Road, Great Lakes Trucking, Inc., Lilia Shikun, Paul Reschke, parcel 2, located on the south side of 9 Mile Road, approximately 340 feet west of Warner Avenue, from the present zoning classification of P Parking District, the east 140 feet and the east 200.21 feet to M2 Medium Light Industrial District, Section 31, 2500 9 Mile Road, UAW Chrysler National, represented by Paul Reschke, parcel 3, located on the west side of Warner Avenue, approximately 639 feet south of 9 Mile Road from the present zoning classification of P parking district, the west 40 feet and west 60.21 feet of the property to M2 Medium Light Industrial District, Section 31, parcel number 1331-126007, Warner Avenue, DTC Michigan Corporation, Cheryl A. Chase, represented by Paul Reschke.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak regarding this item? Good evening, Ms. Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Green. I just want to, on the public record, say I've been to the Planning Commission meetings, and the way that this project has treated the residents in that neighborhood is appalling. Mr. Reschke defamed the residents and went looking up things that he could share publicly to embarrass the residents, and I find that disgusting. And it may not change your decision, but I wanted to be able to publicly say that. What I recall from these meetings is I don't know that it was settled in terms of the trucks setting back by the property line, idling, drivers sleeping in their trucks there. I understand this is rezoning, but rezoning matters for this kind of situation. So anyway, I just want to remind you that they did not treat the residents very well. And it was embarrassing. It was very embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak regarding this item?
Gary White II, actually live at 22731 Warner, right directly in front of the, well, I guess it would be the side of the trucking company. I'll admit it got off to the wrong start at the beginning, but we have met with them numerous times, had different meetings with them outside of these meetings here as well, and they've addressed a lot of our problems. They're working with us directly to try and make this an easy transition for us. Like I say, we've talked about walls and different things like that that need to be addressed for sound and things like that. Trucks at one time, yeah, they were idling, but the owner addressed those things right away. Things like that have been working well. So like I say, they're trying to work with the community and address things equally. So like I said, that's just what I want to put out there.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogency?
this gentleman with the petitioner or a resident?
He's a resident.
Okay.
Is there anyone else from the audience who'd like to speak regarding this item? One of these times you want to do it like Money Hall. Or,
Don't do it.
come on down.
Don't do it.
No. Good evening.
My husband and I were at the initial meeting when the first planning of this came up, and we didn't get an answer of how close the business is going to come to the sub that's on the other side of the UAW building. Right now, there's a wall that separates our whole sub. Everything is dead-ended down there by Otis, Woodruff, Rome, all of those streets to Christopher. My question is, how far does the business back up to that wall that's there now at the end of the old Chrysler building, Pioneer, UAW, whatever you want to call it? That's our concern in the sub that I live in. We haven't gotten any information on how close the trucks are going to be to our sub, to that dividing wall. That's our concern, and we want to make sure that the dead end part, the wall, is not opened up where there's.
When we close the public hearing, we'll ask the petitioner that specific question.
Okay.
Which side are you on?
We're on Otis.
Okay.
At Christopher.
Got it.
Off of 9 Mile.
We will definitely ask them that.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a public hearing. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to speak regarding this item? Hearing and seeing none, and close the public hearing, turn the item over to council for action.
Motion to approve for discussion purposes.
Support.
Motion by Lafferty, support by Moore. Discussion, Mr. Lafferty.
Through the chair to Mr. Worth.
Let me see this. He's already got his open. And if the petitioner wants to come up too.
Yes, Mr. Worth.
John Worth, Planning Director.
So the one question, first of all, with the lady that asked about the east side of the property by Otis, how close is that to the residential district?
The, well, you can describe it a second time. But the property is going to run originally where the property is at it's Great Lakes Trucking, fronts on 9 Mile, and the property is a certain width, and that will be lengthened going south. I do believe all the way to the property line of the park. And then they're going to pick up some additional property that is, if you can imagine it, south of the existing homes that are located along the west side of Warner. So from those homes, then they'll take the property down to the park. So there will be a berm, a green space, so to speak, rather wide green space that will be, would be as part of the site plan along Warner, all the way down to the park. Trucking, parking would not be, I'm not sure exactly how wide it is, might be 100 feet in width, strip down through there, and the only thing that would be evident along Warner is an emergency driveway that would be locked and only used for emergency purposes. So I don't know if I've described it well enough, but the truck parking is going to be a distance away from Warner, and I don't see how it's going to adversely affect.
It's going to be closer to the west side?
Huh?
The truck parking is going to be on the west side of the lot?
It would be. Just, we're just talking generalities.
Generalities.
Yeah.
The lot lines aren't changing, the berm is being improved, landscape plan, all the standard.
Well, lot lines will change because they're purchasing property.
On
that's
the
part of,
the other side of the property.
I think.
Yeah, the south side of the property.
That line, their west line holds all the way down through there, I believe so.
All right, and then, through the chair to the petitioner, you have met with the neighboring residents?
Yes,
I know
good
things were
evening,
a bit tenuous in July.
I want to address that. Paul Reschke on behalf of the petitioner, Lilia Skikan of Great Lakes Trucking. Mr. Lafferty, you will probably recall the first meeting, I think it was back in April. The subject property is 2700 9 Mile. It consists of about a 25,000 square foot building on 2 acres. The property has 2 zonings. 4/5 of the property is zoned M2, and the back end of the property has P parking. So the applicant has been in the property since late 2017. They've been operating there. The company's been growing. It's a successful company. And we made a mistake in the first place coming in figuring it would be pretty simple just to rezone that back end portion to M2. And it was contentious, and we apologize for that. And some mistakes were made. We went back and we talked about it, and we decided to come back because we knew we were going to expand the property to the south, and we wanted to address all the issues to enable them to grow and live in harmony with the 3 homeowners on Warner. And you just heard Gary, who lives in the corner house, his property backs up to the M2 portion of the zoned property, so the ordinance would allow some trailer parking in the back end of that. And so rather than just, fight it, we met with them, addressed their concerns, came back with some conditions. Our attorney met with Mary Michaels through Mr. Worth's department and came to some kind of agreement addressing the concerns of the immediate neighbors. Those 3 houses are the primary concern, and we want to live in harmony with them. So as current, there's just a fence between the property with a lot of trees. Some of these trees they're concerned about, they're big, they lean towards their property. We're going to clean all that out. The ordinance calls for a 6-foot wall. In our discussions with them, we agreed to go to an 8-foot wall, which will just help with the visual barrier and, some of the sound things. But there's a lot more to the conditions. No idling of trucks. There really wasn't, the drivers park their trucks there. They leave. They don't sleep in the trucks. So that, that never happened. That was not an issue. And maybe that's why the first meeting was contentious. A lot of things were said that were not true of the company. And, but we're headed down the right path right now. The rezoning is to live in harmony. We presented a concept of what we want to do. Part of it is we're breaking off about 2.6 acres of the UAW Chrysler property to the far east so that we can extend south to the park. And then we bought the property, the vacant 1.6 acre parcel that Cheryl Chase, we bought that property. And that's really to be a buffer. We're going to put a berm with landscaping, retention pond, and then behind it will be a fence, and then part of that will be parking. So, we've done this before. We know the issues of dealing with a industrial property with residents in the area, so we're trying to create that buffer zone, but yet allow the company to grow and extend to the south and park their trailers so it's not congested right behind the 3 houses. So we obviously, the conditions of the rezoning are important. We have a concept plan, and we'll get into site plan based on that concept. And we've had the opportunity to work well with Ron and his department, the building department. We know we need a couple variances here, but there's so many moving parts. There's 4 different parcels, one of them being created by a lot split. So we got to do first things first in order to get to the end.
All right. It looks like you've come up to an amicable resolution between you and
we've had a couple meetings, and I believe we have, and I think Gary just addressed that, being an immediate neighbor affected. Karen was here. She's in the middle property. She had to leave, but all 3 of the neighbors are on board.
Okay. The only thing I can ask is that you keep communication open throughout the process so that there are no surprises.
Absolutely. I mean, we're into a scenario right now. We're heading into the winter, and we want to we want to address these issues, and yes, the business is still running, but in all likelihood, the majority of the work won't get done till the spring of next year. Although we've been talking about getting the wall done, and we're on the agenda November, I think it's whatever the first Monday is for that variance on the wall. And in working with Mr. Worth, we think we can get a permit and hopefully get that wall done this year, which will help in the overall,
All right.
so.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional?
Okay.
Mr. President.
Mr. Kabzinski?
I'm looking at this here, and you're going to have the property all the way down south there. It's going to be pretty close to the park.
It will actually, the parcel from the UAW will run to the park fence line.
Okay. And I understand you said that it's going to be mainly for storage of the trailers and not much idling of the semi-truck tractor trailers, but I'm wondering if this is actually going to be good in the end for the residents and the children in the neighborhood, because this is going to be so close to the park. I'm wondering if this is really a good idea. I understand this is just a rezoning right now, but again, putting something like this so close to the park, it just doesn't seem to be a good fit. I understand your business is expanding. That's great. I understand that. I'm just wondering if it's a good fit for the neighborhood. That's what my concern is. And, you know, the rezoning is one thing, but I think there's going to be some difficulty with coming to, is this a good idea with the park and the neighborhood and this, in your facility being in such close proximity?
Thank you, Mr. Kabzinski.
Well, I would like to comment to that. The area right adjacent to the park, there are some designated parking rows there, I think for about 8 or 10 trailers. And those will be backed into the fence and pretty much just dropped there. And it'll be short term. You know, trucking companies, they need to have their product on the road. But at the end of the day, you drop some trailers in the yard. The next day, they're out on the road. And that's part of this, is having the congestion in the area that they're operating right now. This will allow us to spread it out. We'll be able to back the trailers into the 3 houses against the wall. The trucks, the fleet is new equipment. It's not the old days. These things idle, run quiet. We do have conditions of no idling between 9:30 at night and 7 in the morning. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, a driver might drop a trailer, you know, in the nighttime in those hours. But part of it is to drop it in that area that's not adjacent to the houses. And in that vacant lot on Warner, which is 1.6 acres, we bought that lot just for the sole purpose of creating a buffer zone. The front end's going to have a berm with landscaping. Behind that berm, to the west, will be the retention pond. And then we will have a security gated fence that wraps around the property. It's part of what the business requires. And then a strip of parking. So we've taken into account, in working with the planning department, to try to overcome some of these, you know, objections that some of the neighbors might have. And, you know, in the last couple meetings, you know, I know the planning department sent out about 260 notices. 2 people spoke, including the First Lady.
Mr. President, quick follow-up. What are your hours of operation going to be on Saturdays and Sundays? That's mainly when the park would be used by a lot of the neighborhood kids and...
Bring up Harold Simmons, who's the operations manager.
Okay, thank you.
on Saturdays, we normally have just the shop is open because that's when all of our equipment is in. And we work normally 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock. There's not a lot of trucks coming and going. The only thing it is myself and 5 of our mechanics are there, and we just bring the equipment in and adjust brakes, do brakes, tires, oil changes, everything it does, preventative maintenance. So that's the Saturday that we do. And then one of the other things I wanted to tell you about, I know that it's a big issue for you personally over the park. All of our equipment is clean idle equipment. It's labeled clean idle. It's CARB compliant. So it puts out, if it were idling, it puts out the cleanest air of anything on the market. It is the quietest equipment that you can buy and the most comfortable equipment for our drivers. And there again, we wanted to address everything with our neighbors. So you have Gary in the corner house. Karen was here, but she had to leave in the middle house. Gary's dad is on vacation, but we've addressed every one of the neighbors in every kind of way, and we're trying to do everything to be a community that lives together but also operates a business, you know, and everything. So all of the hours in the conditional part of the deal that they approved and everything, but that's our Saturday, 8 to 3.
No, I understand, sir. But the reason I asked the question is, you know, families want to be able to enjoy the park on the weekends. That's when they get the most
Absolutely.
out of the park.
People in the
enjoyment
park,
of the parks that we've invested a lot of money in from this council, I want to see that people will be able to have that quiet enjoyment use of the parks, and that the noise is going to be something that's going to be tolerable for those trying to use the park.
there is a large gap of property between the property we're buying, and then the park has a pretty good sized gap of property also before they actually have all the different shelters and everything else that's in the park. So there's absolutely no reason that we would be interfering with any kind of family function. If somebody uses a pavilion for a birthday or anything else, we wouldn't be impeding on them in any kind of way.
Okay, thank you.
You betcha.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I was going to look up your cab rating, but I was looking stuff up on Safer, sis.
I'm sorry.
I was looking up your Safer rating. Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogancy?
the resident in the back, were your questions answered? Okay. And you live on the street on Warner?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think they're on the other side of the UAW parcel, which is, got to be 800,000 feet from that fence line on the west to this property. We're closer to Warner.
You said there's 3 homes, and 2 of which Karen and Gary are here. Who is the third?
Gary Senior, who's Gary's father.
And all 3 of them are
Yeah, we've met with all 3
supportive
of them a couple times now and, you know, laid out our plan. We got their input and, you know, we're trying to work and live in harmony, and I think they're on board, as Gary stated, with what we plan to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Call the question, Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Rogancy?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
No.
Green votes yes, item passed 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Next item, E, is a public hearing, request of Square M LL.
Point of order. Request for a recess, 5 minutes.
5-minute recess.
Motion to recess.
Support.
We're in recess for 5 minutes,
Sorry, Karen.
just for you.
That's some of the finer points of the food desert in that area.
I really don't want to know. All right, we're back. Next item.
Next item is 11E, which is a public hearing. Request of Square M LLC, DBA Merit Manufacturing, has submitted an application for an industrial facilities exemption as required. Public Act 198 of 1974, amended.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak regarding this item?
Hello, Lori Harris. Just wanted to say I was looking up this organization, and 12/25/22 was a change of status to in existence but not in good standing. In 3/1/22, it became inactive. So, and that was Square M LLC, doing business as Merit Manufacturing. So I'd be interested to know about this company and what its legal status is, and whether we want this to be given a tax break in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to speak regarding this item? Hearing or seeing none, I close the public hearing and turn the item over to council for action.
Mr. President, motion to approve with discussion.
Yeah, she's the petitioner.
Can I ask one question?
Who had the motion?
I did. Motion
Who had the
to
support?
approve.
Support Lafferty.
Okay, we're good.
Is there somebody here from the administration? Usually the
Mr.
assessor's
Bomarito?
here or
Is the
somebody.
Economic Development Director who sends this over to us here? To add,
Or the assessor? Usually the assessor comes to these things.
or the city attorney?
Somebody?
Anybody?
Guess we'll just listen to Miss Birdie.
Evening, Miss Birdie.
You probably know
Good
more
evening.
What do you
anyway.
got?
Karen Birdie on behalf of Square M LLC, doing business as Merit Manufacturing. My address is 31851 Mound Road, Warren, Michigan, 48092. Tonight with us, I have from Merit Manufacturing, James Hart. He's the Chief Operating Officer for that company. I had gone and grabbed my file because there seems to be some discrepancy, because I looked up this company and I did not have any issues of any problem out of Lansing. And that's what you see me thumbing through as I'm trying to find.
I'm looking it up.
But in any event, I will tell you that this company currently has 4 locations in Sterling Heights. And the company currently does research and development for, if you will, healthcare products for your skin, shampoos, lotions, et cetera. And they do research and development, they do manufacturing, they do warehousing, and they have offices in 4 different locations in Sterling Heights. The goal is to combine those 4 locations to one location here in Warren at 28635 Mound Road. This building used to be the old SBX building. It has been vacant for an extensive period of time. That original building was about 47,000 square feet. That building is being renovated both inside and outside, and there's an additional addition being put on the building of just over 33,000 square feet. That's a total square footage of 80,475 square feet. This application was turned in on August 30th of this year, and this evening today at about 4 o'clock, I received the score sheet from the city, and there seems to be,
Was there an error in the score sheet?
yes, definitely.
Can you correct the record for us?
Yes, thank you. So, the investment for the real property is $6 million. And we are a Category 2 property, by about a half mile, but we're a Category 2 property. When you take the $6 million in the Category 2, that's 12 years recommended according to our guidelines in the city of Warren, and that is scored properly. When it comes to the personal property, the investment on the personal property is $3,102,000 and change. The total square footage for the building is 80,475. If you take the first level, which is 500,000 to almost 4 million, it's 7 years tax abatement on a building that is less than 100,000 square feet. This should be scored as 7 years. The personal property where they put 0 makes no sense to me when not only did we put it on our application, but we submitted the itemization that's required by law, attach that to the application. Then when you look at the job creation, they noted that we're going to bring 90 jobs in 2 years to the city of Warren. If we look at our recommendation criteria that we follow, 51 or more jobs is 4 years. That should be scored as 4 for a total of 11 years for the personal property. So we are asking for a tax abatement of 12 years on the real property and 11 years on the personal property. I'm excited about this company coming to the city of Warren because not only of the addition of the jobs, I think it's a unique business. They have signed a 15-year lease for this location. They're dedicated to becoming a Warren business citizen. They're looking forward to it. Obviously, the consolidation of their 4 locations in Sterling Heights to 1 location is going to make things operate much smoother for them and much more efficient. They are going from 4 production lines to the capability of 14 production lines here in Warren.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr. President?
Mr. Watts.
To Ms. Harris's question, I looked up the corporate lookup, and it says perpetual, and the names match up, so I don't know.
In the filings, it says they're in good standing.
Yeah, it says it's in good standing, so.
Okay, I thought I had checked.
We looked it up.
Yeah, so I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
I mean, there was multiple names under that, so, you know, it could have been a different one or something.
That happens.
Yeah. But that one shows good.
Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Mr. Lafferty.
are there any concerns about the discrepancies in the filing that would make this insufficient for us to vote on it?
Mr. Schroeder, for what was sent over from the administration, they didn't include everything that was applicable. Can we vote on what's given to us in the application, or can the administration correct it after? I mean, I called Ms. Michaels and she didn't call back.
Shocker.
I called Ms. Birdie and she had to hang up because Ms. Michaels was calling her about 5 o'clock.
May I comment on that?
Please.
So, I've been working all day with Ms. Michaels with regard to the resolution and with regard to the contract, and things were going very nicely and seemed to work out well. When she added the exhibits, that was the scorecard, that's the only discrepancy that I see in the documents. So I called Ms. Michaels right away. She did return my call, which I really appreciate. It was after 5. And she indicated to me that I should make the record and that we would be able to adapt the documents after the hearing today. One of my concerns is that I did file this on August 30th of this year. I have to have everything through the city. The city has to send everything to Lansing by October 31st, or we don't get the tax exemption for the next year.
Ms. Moore?
We also don't have a legal description. Ms. Michaels, I think, indicated she was going to send it over, but she didn't. So I don't know, is there a way for us to sort of fill in the blanks here tonight and just put it on the record what we're agreeing to, because I'm not sure that I trust Ms. Michaels to transfer what we say into a document, because she's not done that before, and she's gotten herself in some trouble and us as a city in trouble. So I would like to do it at this table, or we'll have a special meeting. I don't care. We'll have a special meeting if we get it.
Can they get it before your reconsideration deadline?
Mr. President,
Pardon me? Yes. Could they get it over before our reconsideration? That's a good idea. If we get the information over before then.
So what you need is a legal description of the property.
Yeah, list out, Ms. Birdie, list out what you need and what needs to be changed in the document, if you can do that standing there right now, and we'll put it on the record. And so if we can get the right document in before the reconsideration period, we'll let if we're going to approve this, we'll let it go through. If there's a problem, we'll reconsider, and then if we have to have a special meeting to get you in under the wire, we can do that, if that works.
I'm good with that.
I'm amenable to that.
Mr. Kaczynski?
I was just going to suggest, I would feel better with getting the documentation done right and correct, and then having a special meeting and then voting on it at a special meeting.
What we're going to do right now is have Ms. Birdie list what she wants. We'll vote on it, knowing what it should be. Then Ms. Michaels will create a document reflecting what's discussed tonight. We will get it, everybody on council will get a copy before the reconsideration period at 4 o'clock on Friday. And if we don't get the appropriate documentation, I'll reconsider, Mr. Lafferty, one of us will reconsider, and then we'll stop it that way, and we'll make sure that we get it right.
Any additional?
Does that work for you, Ms. Birdie?
Yes, it does.
Mr. President?
Mr. Watts?
I just want to add, it's refreshing to have this kind of business coming in. It's not a dollar store, it's not a trucking company, and it's not a storage unit. So this is a very big positive.
And we apologize for the city attorney's office not being able to do the paperwork in a timely manner. Can you make the record, please?
Yes, so the change would be that it is a 11-year personal property tax abatement, and it is a 12-year real property tax abatement.
Based upon the number of employees hired, based upon the size of the personal property,
And the square footage of the building,
and the square footage.
yes.
And-
Following,
And the legal description, add that.
yep, and needing the legal description.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
No. Good? Call the question. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passed 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Welcome to Warren. Next item.
Next item is 12A, which was 4P on the consent, request of Private Stock Cannabis LLC, located at 21445 Hoover Road, Suite 220, Warren, 48089, for a 60-day license extension. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion, Ms. Rogency?
Just was wondering if anyone from the building department had sent over the reason for the extension.
The,
We usually get them.
that just comes over in the email and we add them on. Let me see.
We get them from outside the city.
Private stock.
I'm asking on behalf of a resident.
Sure. Because I normally get those emails and forward them on to, yeah. The email came from the property owner, the license holder, and it went to me, to Mr. Cummins, to Rachel Nicholas, and Summer DeViglio. So it went to Mr. Cummins.
Okay, thank you.
Nope, didn't get anything from the city. Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
No.
Mr. Kaczynski?
No.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 4-2. Next item.
Next item is 13A, discussion in-ray invoice payment for Raymond Auditing Services. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Discussion? Mr. Schroeder, can you speak on this?
This is the payment owed to the Raymond Group, which conducted the DDA forensic audit. The initial $4,000 down payment retainer was approved after the court case we prevailed in Macomb County Circuit Court, and the remaining amount is $9,017.50 on invoice number CIS 44194. So that would be the specific approval of that payment. Just as a reminder, this audit came in roughly $7,000 under budget. So this is the remaining payment due.
Under budget.
Yeah.
Under, did I say over?
No.
Oh,
Did you?
I
under,
just want to reiterate.
under, okay.
And they're not paying it?
Well, I believe that I'll go with the glass half full approach here and say that the administration sent it over saying that the entire council needs to approve this for them to make the payment.
Is that why Mr. Papandreou is not here?
I don't know.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty to pay the bill.
Mr. President.
Oh, Mr. Watts.
So I'd like to expand on this a little bit, if you don't mind. I attended the DDA meeting on Wednesday, and, you know, under audience, I brought up about the audit because I thought it was important that the DDA board understand what went on, since a lot of lies have been told and untruths. And so after I brought that up, after they went through all that, then the mayor went on I don't know how long of a rant and said that he met with Plant Moran and they told him that he was not in any trouble, that he didn't do anything wrong, that Plant Moran did their audit and they didn't find anything. Well, if you recall correctly, when Plant Moran brought their audit in front of us here at council, I specifically asked them about the DDA and did that include looking for any misappropriated funds? And they said no. They do not look at that exact part of it. So I knew the mayor was once again lying. And quite frankly, I am sick of the lies. I am sick of the untruths. He's got people coming in here at these council meetings telling untruths, and then they run out and they leave. Well, I think it's important that the citizens know that the lies continue and that there was a misappropriation of $460,000. I think it's pretty simple.
Mr. Watts, I called Plant Moran, I spoke to the auditor on that specific item, and I asked the question, did you sit down and talk to the mayor about this Riemann audit? Yes. And did you say that there was nothing wrong? No. He said that they look at the DDA and say, did the DDA pass a resolution for an expenditure? That's it. They don't go and look at the original appropriation to the DDA. So for the mayor to state that, call it what you want, it's a lie.
Yep.
There's no other way to say it.
Nope.
You can say an untruth, you can say you misspoke. No, it's a lie. So,
I am profoundly disappointed in the mayor for telling that lie.
profoundly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did he mention my name at this
Ms.
meeting?
Rogen's
Twice.
not paying attention
Twice.
to me. I said I'm profoundly disappointed in Mayor Phelps.
Okay. So to pay the bill, resolution to pay the bill, the balance for Riemann Auditing Services. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes, money well spent.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 6-0. Should we take it again and make it emphatic and profound? Next item.
13B, Councilmember Angela Rogency, discussion in-ray resolution supporting legislation regarding residents living in manufactured home communities. So moved.
Support Lafferty.
Motion by Moore, support by Lafferty. Ms. Rogency.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is Senate Bill 0486 that's been introduced into the Senate by John Cherry. It's supported by a number of senators, including one of our senators, Senator Chang, who visited Landmark Estates more recently, but 2 weeks ago. As many of you know, the mobile home parks and the legislation around mobile home parks at a local level is very difficult for us to enforce, and they fall into a loophole. The Senate Bill 0486 has a variety of different things that would allow local governments, but also the state, to enforce stricter manufactured housing guidelines. And I would love to be able to send a letter of support to the Senate in support of the bill itself. It will likely be introduced in the House and sponsored by a number of folks, probably some from our area in the near future, but right now it's just the Senate bill.
Any other discussion? Call the question, letter of support, and for Senate Bill
0486.
0486. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski? Yes. Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Green votes yes. Item passed 6-0. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is 13C, which is discussion regarding ongoing medical benefits for Roxanne Canestrelli. Ms. Canestrelli is in the audience with her attorney.
Can I get a motion of support?
Oh, sorry. Motion
Support.
to approve.
Support.
She is with her attorney, Robin Wagner. I don't know if you would like me to read the resolution, or
Please.
would you like to come up and explain the situation to us?
However you want to do it. You have the floor. If you want to come up and speak, come on up and speak. If you'd like us just to read the resolution, we can do that.
Thank you for hearing this matter. I'm Roxanne Canestrelli, and I am going to ask that my representative attorney, Robin Wagner, speak on my behalf.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the time tonight. Ms. Canestrelli has been treated unfairly after a devastating workplace injury. Mr. Demas and the Human Resources Department have recently informed her that they've terminated her and canceled her medical benefits at a time when she still needs them. It would behoove the City of Warren and the people who you represent to do right by her, and we thank you for considering that. We'd ask that you read the resolution into the record, and what we're hoping for is that you can prevail upon the Human Resources Department to restore her medical benefits while she continues to recover from her injury, and until such time as the workers' compensation case that the city has challenged is resolved, so that there's a sense of fairness for someone who's been a long-term loyal employee of the city. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Ms. Moore?
Whereas on March 31st, 2014, Roxanne Canestrelli was hired to serve as an attorney for the City of Warren. And whereas on September 5th, 2019, Roxanne Canestrelli, still employed as an attorney for the city, suffered a workplace injury that resulted in a closed-head traumatic brain injury. And whereas on August 31, 2020, George L. Demas, HR Director for the city, wrote to Roxanne Canestrelli stating that the city was unable to provide a light work duty assignment consistent with the work restrictions required by her treating physician to accommodate Ms. Canestrelli's workplace injury-related condition. And whereas on August 31, 2022, Mr. Demas wrote in that same letter, during your medical leave, you will remain eligible for workers' compensation benefits, and the city will continue to maintain your health insurance subject to review by the Human Resources Department, and further assured Ms. Canestrelli that, quote, during this time, the Human Resources Department and the city's benefit provider will remain in contact with you concerning your benefits and medical status, close quote. And whereas on June 24, 2022, Mr. Demas nonetheless wrote to Roxanne Canestrelli informing her that the city's, quote, voluntary continuation of your health and dental benefits is ending on July 31, 2022. And whereas the union representing Ms. Canestrelli, UAW Local Union 412, Unit 35, filed a grievance that the city had violated its collective bargaining agreement by canceling Ms. Canestrelli's contractually mandated health insurance. And whereas on August 5, 2022, Mr. Demas wrote a letter to Ms. Canestrelli informing her that the city had decided to maintain her health insurance benefits, and whereas also during the summer of 2022, the city unilaterally ceased Ms. Canestrelli's workers' compensation benefits without either returning her to work or providing her with a settlement of her claims. And whereas on September 27, 2023, Mr. Demas wrote to Ms. Canestrelli to inform her without any prior notice that the city was terminating her employment and medical benefits with the city, effective October 1, 2023. And whereas George L. Demas, HR Director, seeks to maintain two mutually irreconcilable positions with regard to Roxanne Canestrelli, that one, she is, for purposes of workers' compensation, ineligible for further benefits and presumably found to be able to return to work, but also that two, she is incapable of returning to her employment with the city. And whereas, because of a traumatic brain injury suffered during the course of carrying out her duties for the city of Warren, Roxanne Canestrelli continues to undergo medical treatment, including but not limited to neurological rehabilitation, to recover speech, reasoning, and other critical functions lost and impaired by her workplace injury. And whereas the medical treatments and rehabilitation therapies Ms. Canestrelli requires are costly and unaffordable to her without the medical benefits from her city employment, and whereas the city cut off Ms. Canestrelli's worker compensation benefits, which would have covered the costs of her medical treatments and rehabilitation therapies, and whereas Roxanne Canestrelli's workers' compensation case against the city remains open and unresolved, and whereas the council wishes to express its concern and support for Roxanne Canestrelli as a loyal and capable employee who suffered a devastating injury during the course of carrying out her duties for the city. Therefore, be it resolved, the City Council hereby resolves that it is only right, just, and equitable that George L. Demas be requested to withdraw his letter of September 27, 2023, cutting off Ms. Canestrelli's medical benefits, and be it further resolved, the Human Resources Department be requested to maintain Ms. Canestrelli's medical benefits until such time as her workers' compensation claims arising out of her September 5, 2019 workplace injury be resolved and finalized. Ms. Canestrelli, I am so sorry that you are going through this, and number two, that you've had to come in front of the public and share intimate details of your health so that we can make sure that you are fully compensated and taken care of during this time. And I truly apologize to you. I hope the administration does the right thing. I had talked with someone today about this situation without details, and was told that when Mr. Demas came into the HR department, he wanted a list of everybody that was on disability and wanted to figure out a way to get rid of them. So I guess that is the mindset of Mr. Demas and the HR department. We have also had several police officers that have been injured in the line of duty, and some of them have had a similar situation with them. We asked people to we didn't ask you to put your life on the line. Nobody thought that you were in a dangerous situation, but we ask police officers all the time to put their lives on the line, standing out in the road or, being shot at or whatever, and then that's how we treat people, and I'm so sorry you've been treated this way. I hope the administration, I hope George Demas, although I did hear that he's taken off for the rest of till the election's over or something. I don't know what he's doing. He's not doing his job. Hopefully somebody in that department is taking over his duties and we get this taken care of.
Mr. President.
Mr. Watts.
First of all, well said. It was brought to my attention, I knew of one police officer that was injured in the line of duty and couldn't come back, and they did this very same thing to him. And I've been told there's 2 more that this same thing, and I know that I've talked to some other people in the city about this, and the unions are very concerned. This is something that needs to be dealt with. Now, here's my problem. I didn't think on a workman's comp claim, like she got hurt, I didn't know you could terminate somebody like that under a workman's comp claim and cut their insurance off. This is beyond, I can't get it through my head. I would never think of doing anything like that to anybody that worked for me.
We have a gap.
Yep, I get
and
it.
we don't have the
But
gap to cover.
on top of that, I hate to bring politics into this, but sometimes you have to. Today's mail, I got a thing from George L. Demas, people before politics. I don't think people are before politics in this case. And on the backside, bold leadership. Yeah, that was bold, all right. That was bold to try to destroy somebody like that. And compassion and civility. I don't think he knows anything about compassion and civility. This guy, as the 4 years I've been here, I've said he's the worst HR director I've ever seen in my lifetime. And, to see this happen tonight, it just proved my thoughts. This is ridiculous. My apologies to you. Nobody should ever have to go through this.
Thank you, Mr. Watts.
So let's hope that they do the right thing.
Mr. Kabazinski.
Mr. President, I have some real concerns that the medical benefits have been ceased prior to the settlement or the disposition of this case.
Correct.
I think that puts the city in another legal jeopardy situation in which we could have another lawsuit as a result. I'm surprised that the union hasn't filed a lawsuit against the city for the termination of the medical benefits before
that takes
this has been
time.
adjudicated. I'm sorry?
All that takes time.
So I am greatly concerned about what is going on, and I think I would like to have asked the administration to please have Mr. Demas come forward so we can ask him questions about this here. Because if there are other individuals involved in the city that are experiencing this right now, there should be some serious questions about what is happening in human resources and if we are indeed taking care of those that are risking their lives for the city. Obviously, ma'am, you weren't in a situation where it was supposed to be a life-threatening situation, but obviously something happened, and my apologies for your injury. I've been there, done that. I understand where you're at. I'm just appalled that I don't understand where the intimation was it was a good idea to cut off any benefits whatsoever, even before a settlement or a hearing or some kind of judgment was levied as one way or the other, which way the court was going to rule on this here. So, absolutely, I'm concerned about this here. I think it does show a lack of judgment to cut somebody off of medical benefits even before there's been a ruling by the court, and or any of your, anything that you need right now for healing. I mean, yes, the city should be compassionate, especially if this was an on-duty injury, and I don't understand the mentality for that.
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Mr. Kabazinski, you may be interested to hear about this, but in the last year, I think it was last year, a fireman was put on active duty, and they were going to cut off his health benefits to the family.
Yep.
So, it took some of us in the background saying, you know, we're going to make this public, and you just can't do that to people. So this is a pattern, and, you know, we have to take care of our people. We expect a lot out of them, and we need to be there when they need us, and that we are not doing our job.
Right.
Mr. President,
Ms. Rogency.
is this an emergency adoption? Or are we waiting till Friday?
The resolution?
Let's make it non-reconsiderable. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Let's make it non-reconsiderable.
Okay.
So we'll make our decision at
Yep.
this table.
Last point, this is, Roxanne, this is unconscionable. No one should be treated this way. I don't know what you call it in work comp, but it's akin to constructive termination. They are attempting to bankrupt you so that they can get to a day before the work comp hearing and have them go, well, we'll settle it for this. It'll be cheaper in the end. It's an accounting function now. It is nothing more than an accounting function to them. And that's not what work comp's for. I mean, they can set up an annuity or something. However, you don't do it like this. This is not how you treat people. And I'm so sad that you've had to go through this. And it's been so long that they're doing this now. I hope you win. We all do. And we hope you get better. Call the question.
Mr. President?
Reconsiderable.
Mr. President, I'd still like my concern addressed, though, that this is going to put the city in another lawsuit because of the actions that were taken by Mr. Demas.
Yes, it will.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what my concern is this is going to be another lawsuit on top of the one she has right now, because I would think that would be a separate action that the union or Ms. Canestrelli can take that, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? You cut off my medical benefits here. I mean, that should be a separate action, and yet we're going to end up in court again.
That's what Ms.
on
Moore
another
said. There's
lawsuit.
two things. You know, I'm going to pay you work comp. I'm going to pay for your medical. I'm going to pay part of your wage. And then I'm going to find you light duty return to work. So the light duty is, I can't do the job I was, but here's another job that an IME, an independent medical exam, says I can do.
Yeah.
And it pays half of what I paid before, so then work comp pays the difference. They're not doing that. They're just cutting her off. But, so they said there is no light duty. Well, if there is no light duty, then she's on work comp.
Right.
For
They can't fire. They can fire you if there's light duty and you say, no, I don't want to do that. But they didn't offer that.
But it has to be something in the job that you were already doing. It can't be like, okay, we're going to have you.
It has to be meaningful work for
Right.
the organization. Doesn't have to be the same job.
Oh, okay.
But it has to be meaningful. It can't be,
Counting parts over at the parts depot?
I think the paper company shorted us. Count how many pages are in that ream. It has to be meaningful. All right.
Ms. Canestrelli maybe wants to say
Ms. Canestrelli,
something before we finish.
before we're done.
I would have just appreciated fairness in respect to me as a person with having communication, open communication. The HR director, Mr. Demas, just sends a letter saying no without any prior communication or any post-communication of explanations. So it would have been a lot easier if we had some communication.
Right.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Call the question, unreconsiderable. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Ms. Rogency?
Yes.
Mr. Lafferty?
Yes.
Green votes yes, item passed 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
We're all praying for you to get better, and we hope
And get
that
justice.
that this resolution spurs them to do the right thing. Thank you.
Even if
Thank
it-
you for sharing.
Even if it doesn't, I appreciate each and one of your support and the audience support as well, because it's been a long recovery, 4 years with recovering from the brain injury. It was a concussion that I wasn't taken off of work with a concussion, and so I went escalated into the traumatic brain injury. So just to have your support, even if I'm not successful with preserving reinstatement of my benefits to pay my health care, my costly rehabilitation program, I am a determined person, so I'll find an avenue of how to, continue to pay for my recovery so that I'm satisfied where I'm at in recovery. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Motion.
How binding is this, Mr. President?
It's not.
It's not,
It's a recommendation.
just asking them to do the right thing.
Item 14.
Item 14, nothing.
No, that's just lies. Next item.
Motion to adjourn.
Support Lafferty.
All in favor?
Adjourn.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.